of authority.
Wow, what about this?
Does he get enough? You bet he does. West Indies strikes again.
Grenada, the Spice Island and the venue for the third test between the West Indies and England. The destiny of the new Richards Bolton Trophy is still unclear. Antigua was attritional. Crawley, Roach, Bairstow and Bonner all not centuries, but the match ended in a stalemate. Root was sublime once more in Barbados, but local hero Craig Brathwaite proved an immovable force. The skipper scored 160 in the first innings and followed it up with a resolute half-century to thwart the England attack. Who will blink first in Grenada? Wonderful sunshine at the moment over the National Stadium in Grenada. Will we have a decisive third and final apex test match between the West Indies and England? It's been a fascinating series in many ways so far, although we've had two no results, two draws at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in Antigua and Kensington Oval, Barbados. Oh, we can't wait to get going. The moment is upon us. We'll go to the middle and join Samuel Badgery.
The culmination of this Apex Test Series is upon us and all to play for. Both previous matches ending in stalemates. It means, therefore, that this one is a winner-take-all. It's my pleasure to introduce both captains, Craig Brathwaite, captain of the West Indies, Joe Root, captain of England, and, of course, the always charming and besuited match referee, Sir Richie Richardson, to oversee proceedings. Craig, you've got the coin. Why don't you give it a flick?
Heads was the call, tails it is.
Heads was the call, tails it is. Means, therefore, Craig Brathwaite has won the toss. Craig, what are you going to do first and why?
We're going to have a ball first. You know, just some moisture around. Obviously, pitch has on a decent layer of grass, so, you know, it's key to utilize it.
And it must have been pleasing in that first test match. It was Nkrumah Bonner, Jason Holder, in the second one yourself, Blackwood, Joshua De Silva to a lesser extent. That application and resilience rubbing off on different players and different players standing up. It's a pleasing sign, isn't it?
Yeah, very pleasing. Obviously, Bonner really led the way and Jason Holder the first game. And, you know, Blackwood and myself followed. And it just key to keep improving. You know, obviously, England bowling extremely well. And, you know, we got to work hard. But, you know, it's good to see the fight, you know, from the batters.
And you would have good memories here. The last time you played against England, of course, you got that century. Looking forward to more of the same?
Well, yeah, I mean, the key for me is, you know, again, the foundation for my team. You know, that's all, you know, I'll be focused on.
And you're playing 11 for today. Any changes?
Just one change. Mears comes in for Permal.
Thank you very much, Craig.
Thanks.
Joe Root can make his way to the microphone. Joe, your first innings in the first test, you got over 300. First innings in the second test, over 500 runs. That's a pleasing sign for you as well, as you look to build on that.
Yeah, definitely. We've done a lot of good stuff throughout this series. We're getting better and better all the time, so it's really important that we keep looking to build, as you say.
And in terms of your memory here, your last memory here, unbeaten 182 in that test match that you won, that must be something that's on the back of your mind. And you too would want to continue to build on your good form in this series.
Yeah, I think every test match you go into, you want to contribute to help win games of cricket for your team. So it's another opportunity for us to take another step forward as a side. It's obviously a big occasion for us, a big game for us, and we're all really looking forward to it. So there's a few cracks in this wicket. Hopefully over the course of the game it breaks up and works in our favour that we're batting first. And
in terms of your playing 11, just confirmation?
Overton comes in for Fisher.
Thank you very much, Joe. Go well, all the very best.
Thank you, thank you.
And there you have it, the news from out in the middle. The West Indies have won the toss and they've decided to bowl first.
And there is that one change. Craig Overton, who played in the first test match up in Antigua, was replaced by Fisher in Barbados, and now they swap it around again. Joe Root has been outstanding, 100 in the first and the second test matches. And if you roll back the clock, he's got a big 100 here against the West Indies back in 2015. He'll be hoping to repeat some of that form. Craig Brathwaite was the man that made the difference for the West Indies in Barbados, spent so much time on the field. I wonder if he's refueled enough to have another go. And of course, Kyle Mayers will be in for Veersamy Permaul. Anderson Phillips will be smiling. at his entrance into the West Indies, though he hasn't had the opportunity to play. David Gower is alongside me. Your thoughts on England?
Right, well, England have stuck with the seamers because they've looked at the pitch and they've decided that there's this strange phenomenon which is called grass, which has suddenly appeared from nowhere. So they're sticking with the seamers. I think it's right to keep the spinner in, unlike West Indies, because I always like to have a spinner in the side to cope with whatever situations might or might not arise, especially if the game is going to go 4 or 5 days. So I think, in many ways, no surprises. Overton was due to play in Barbados. Fisher did very well there, but Overton reclaims his spot.
Sir Curtly Ambrose here with us. Your thoughts on the West Indies lineup?
Well, I figured that they would have gone with a spinner. Yeah, we all know that Pamal didn't bowl well in those 2 test matches, but with a bit of grass on the surface could probably assist him a little bit more. But I reckon with a good covering of grass, you know, they went for the seamer in Myers and hope that is a good decision.
A little bit of batting there as well. So the toss decision now, David, by Brathwaite having won the toss, what do you make of it?
I suspect that Joe Root would have done the same. There's been a lot of chat about this pitch this morning for the obvious reasons. So grass obviously grabs the attention. A little bit of moisture around as well, so it could be a bit tacky. There are cracks, but whether or not they get a chance to open or will open is a moot point. So I think, yes, the early advantage could be with bowling first. We've got so many seamers in the game, of course, that both sides seem to think that bowling with seam will give them something here. But, of course, if you're going to stick a side in, the rules are you've got to try and bowl them out for, say, 150, no more than 200, and you've got to be batting by the end of the day.
2 hard-fought test matches here. The West Indies had to bat out the last day, Curtly. How do you think they'll have recovered from the exertions?
I think they've recovered well. Nowadays, it's a little different than when we played. They got all these different ice baths and pool sessions and all that stuff. So I think the recovery period is a lot quicker than back then. So I think they'll be okay and they'll be confident going into this 3rd test match.
All right, there we have it. It's well set up. Sir Curtly Ambrose and David Gower giving their insights. Well, it's hot. Let me tell you something, it is warm down here. Hopefully inclement weather stays away. So let's see how things have set up in the middle again. Let's say hello to Mark Butcher.
Good morning to you from the middle here in Grenada National Stadium. I've got something rather wonderful to report, and that is that we have live green grass on a pitch out here in the Caribbean. Not only is it live, we also have a little bit of dampness under the palm. Always place the palm on the pitch to try and gauge whether or not there is any moisture in the surface. We've had a little bit of rain around, nothing much to worry about, but certainly there is a lushness in terms of the feel of the square out here. Another interesting point about this surface is that we have some crack already appearing down the middle and on the line of off stump out here, which sort of gives you the impression that the pitch might end up doing a little bit of up and down movement as we go through. So captains, when making their decisions at the toss, will have been factoring in the fact that it might move around off the moisture in the morning, but might go up and down as the match goes along. Not an easy decision to have made, very brave one, whichever way you go. But listen, great thing about this is we definitely will be getting some sort of sideways movement for the seamers. Somebody like Roach was begging the groundsman to keep the grass on. He has done that, and as a consequence, we've got a shootout here. 0-0, 1 to play. West Indies have never won here, and England need the first win since 2004 in the Caribbean. This might be the surface that provides one of those 2 things.
We're raring to go. The action is moments away with England. Will be batting first here. Can the West Indies have an excellent day 1? The players have gone through their routines. On the other side of the break, we will have live action here in Grenada.
right here at the National Cricket Stadium in St. George's, Grenada. If you're just brought into the venue, the news from the toss is that West Indies have won the toss and they have elected to field. West Indies have won the toss and they elected to field. Momentarily, we will witness the Black Lives Matter recognition by the teams and the umpires, match officials, on-field umpires will be taking the field shortly. Just a reminder of the match officials for this match. The match referee, Sir Roach Richardson, our on-field umpires as they make their way to the middle. Let's give a hand to Joel Wilson and Gregory Bradford. The third umpire, TG umpire, Leslie Rifford Jr. and the fourth umpire, Nigel.
Hello and welcome. Good morning to all of you to the third and final test in this Apex Test Series, West Indies versus England, live from the National Stadium here in Grenada. Players making their way out to the middle to get this game underway. Series locked at 0-0. No team having a win just yet. Both teams will be looking for a result and to take this series. Remember, of course, England have only won once since 1968 in the Caribbean, that 2004 series. West Indies won the last time England were out here in 2019. So all to play for. So winner take all affair essentially in this final test match. Promises to be quite exciting and intriguing.
Before the first ball, we'll be witnessing the Black Lives Matter.
Both teams are getting prepared to support the Black Lives Matter movement by taking that knee in acknowledgement of that and as they fight for equality in all areas, all facets. So it's always pleasing to see that solidarity and support and keeping that conversation alive. Craig Brathwaite, who won the toss earlier, decided that he wanted to bowl first, make use of whatever conditions are on offer on the first day. One change for the West Indies. Versamy Permaul out, Kyle Mayers in, and similarly one change for England. Matthew Fisher out and Craig Overton back in. Kemar Roach predictably will be opening the bowling for the West Indies from the Darbour Road end. Quiet series so far for him. Picked up 7 wickets, Kemar Roach. Alex Lees, debut tour for England. Solid game in the last game at the Kensington Oval, and we're looking to build on that. But first, he'll be coming up against Kemar Roach, who got him twice in that first innings in Antigua, twice LBW. All set for the first ball. Bit of swing and seam already. First ball, Steve Harmison alongside me. And Kyle Mayers into this team for the first time in this series. But you're enthused by what you've seen in that pitch, aren't you?
Yeah, definitely. Good morning, Samuel. Good morning, everyone. It's a brave call to go and bowl first, put your pressure on your bowlers, especially bowling units who haven't been able to take 20 wickets, but they've gone with the extra bat, we'd say a batting all-rounder. in Kyle Mears. Vasami Pamal hasn't really featured too much in the wicket column in the series so far, so if you're going to bowl first on the pitch, you look at the pitch, there's a lot of live green grass on it, holding it together. There are some cracks around. Mark Butcher talked in the pitch report, there's some cracks in and around that off stump. The thing I want to see is if it indentations, little indentations, because there is a dampness in the surface. If there is start to have indentations, when they get drier, then all of a sudden it becomes challenging for the batsman.
First time that Craig Brathwaite won the toss in this series and elected to have that bowl. So for the third time in succession, England batting first. Alex Lee's contribution in this series to date. Of course, England got to 311 in the first innings of the first test and followed that up by 507 in the second test. So they've had a solid start batting-wise, Steve, and it's something that they were looking for, especially on the back of that horrendous Ashes tour.
Yeah, the batting department has had a real struggle. That's why there's only been one win in, I think, 16 games for England, and a real struggle to put runs on the board, to give the chance the bowlers to try and take 20 wickets, left to the all-time greats at home. Jack Leach has had a lot to do, but the batters have stood up in this series. That man there, Joe Root, the man that stood up the most, made the call at the end of the Ashes that he wanted to still remain as captain. He's going to lead by the front, take some responsibility and go to that problem position of number 3, and it's not really affected him. 109 and 153 in this series so far.
Off the mark, Lee's off the mark. England, first over done and dusted, one without loss.
A little bit, not much. Six strikes with 6. Oh, sorry, mate.
Middle, please.
That's middle.
Thank you.
Jaden Seals. Exceptional start to his test match career. Debuted against South Africa last year. This is his returns in this series so far. 7 wickets for him. Average of 32 and an economy of 3.46. Conditions here should favor him a little bit more. Just wonder how all of the bowlers, Steve, have recuperated from that Dower contest in Barbados. They all had a good workout.
That was always going to be the challenge, recovering, especially if you now, even more now that Craig Brathwaite's decided he's going to put pressure on his bowlers to bowl first. There's a lot of question marks, especially in our commentary team, our West Indian side of the commentary team, whether it would be a good thing for Jaden Seals to play. Young man, 20-year-old, very little first-class cricket, more test matches than first-class matches, which tells you how quickly he's grown as a bowler, and whether 3 back-to-back test matches were going to be just that little bit too much for him. But no test match cricket for the West Indies for a while now. I actually think the way he's bowled so far, I'd have kept him going. I think he's been a real find for the West Indies. Really impressed by how this 20-year-old's performed.
Hasn't featured in white ball cricket for the West Indies just yet, Jaden Seals. So specific to red ball cricket, test cricket in particular. And you're quite right. The next series is some time away, at least a couple months. Roach has been putting in human service for this West Indies test team. Straight through him. Appeal from the bowler, not much from behind. Excellent signs.
That's a beauty. That's a beauty. Just got the ball to not only nip back, but it's bounced as well. Look at the bounce on this. See, good position. It's gone all the way through Alex Lees. There was a noise. There was a noise. Just might be the back pad. But not only good signs for Jaden Seals, but good signs for the West Indies. West Indies, remember, have won the toss, bowled first. That man there's asked pressure, put pressure on his bowlers to perform. It's an excellent delivery by Seals.
Confident stroke from Alex Lees. And a good second test match in particular. Lees spent a lot of time at the crease, batted out that entire first session. Still finding, I suppose, the right tempo in test match cricket. Youngsters out. Getting their cricketing education today. Three without loss, England.
Just a little. That's it.
Joe Root in that pivotal number 3 position has had 2 centuries in consecutive tests in this series to date. Dan Lawrence has looked sublime at number 4. It's a formidable looking batting lineup now, particularly from what we've seen in this series. They'll be looking to build on that. Zach Crawley, superb century in the second innings of the first test. And a composed 40 in the second innings of the second test. It's his first innings, isn't it? That he really needs to get some runs. Just nipping back off the surface.
We've had, what, 2.1 overs now, and we've already seen some invariable bounce. This one here just nips back sharply into sort of inside edge of Zach Crawley, but a few balls in the last over off Jaden Seals. You know, the odd one bounced, the odd one kept a bit low, but the last one just sat in the surface. So we're already seeing there is some natural variation in this surface.
No! Nice keys.
Cool conditions out in the middle, the sun hidden behind the clouds at the moment. Off the mark, Zach Crawley. Good to see the local fans coming in. Expect to see a few more as this test match progresses. It's good to see the adjustment made by Alex Lees from that first test when he was dismissed twice. Roach round the wicket, the one that just straightened. He's opened up his stance slightly. He was able to combat that in the second test. And again, similar challenge ahead of him. Just opening that front foot slightly to access the ball. Always makes that check behind him with that bat to ensure that it's coming down in that straight clean. Many batsmen and their idiosyncrasies. I guess, Steve, after that, we'll get back to it in the next over as well. After those 2 test matches in Antigua and Barbados, many people looking forward to more of a, I suppose, an entertaining contest. And a result in this, the final one. 3 overs gone, 4 without loss.
Overboard.
The Spice Isle, Grenada, such a beautiful country.
Come on, little from middle, that's a little thing. Middle.
Three slips and a gully for Jaden Seals for the right-handed Zach Crawley. Has a forward short leg as well. What a seed.
It's a beauty. That's an absolute beauty from Jaden Seals. Hits the deck hard, seam position, nice and bowled upright, stands up all the way through to Joshua De Silva. This is what bowling coaches tell your bowlers early in. Ball straight through to the wicketkeeper, and that was perfect. Again, we've seen some bounce. Zach Crawley, tall man, trying to get forward, trying to smother the bounce.
Usually bats on that off stump and out of the crease just to get to negate any sort of movement, any sort of swing, also to score through that leg side freely.
Yeah, and you look at Kemar Roach, he'll try and smother and get at Kemar Roach and try and get on top of him and come forward, but it's a little bit different. Jaden Seals is a little bit taller, which makes it harder to get right out there, try and smother the bounce. Seen 2 or 3 balls now, one's bounced and that one didn't bounce as much from that similar length. From Zach Crawley's point of view, as long as he's not playing outside, chasing it, play straight, he can get away with it. He's just got to watch and just watch that his right shoulder doesn't come in too much. When his right shoulder comes in, that's when his head goes and his balance goes.
Yeah, and Craig Brathwaite has fortified that slip region. The forward short leg is now in a 4th slip position. West Indies themselves, they did that well to Zach Crawley, Jaden Seals in that first innings of the second test. They just bowled that line outside off stump because they know that he has the tendency to play at those deliveries that other opening batsmen would sometimes leave. Because he's starting on off stump, gets close to those balls outside the off. Huge shot for LBW. might just be going down the leg. It's a good shout. Just wonder whether or not they'll review.
I was going down. I went down plenty, so I don't think it could come back. I don't think it could come back enough.
You can just hear Joshua De Silva thinking that he doesn't think it will come back enough. And that seems to have convinced Craig Brathwaite not to go for it, but I think it's close.
I think this is close. You got to remember, Zach Crawley, he bats on off stump. Has it come back enough? I think it's in his back ankle, I think. But both bowler and keeper straight away down leg side. I think it's hurt Zach Crawley. I don't think it's hit the pad. I think it's hit the back ankle where there's very little protection.
Five without loss.
Bring hand up. That ball in. So say how many you want?
Watchful start thus far. Good lines for Kemar Roach. Bit of an event. The last over, and West Indies momentarily thought they had something. Opted not to review. The bottle isn't cooperating.
No!
LBW, original decision not out. Leslie to Mark, we have a player review for LBW. The original decision is not out. I've already checked and established it's a fair delivery. Can you move on to front on spin vision, please? Yeah, there's clearly no bat involved. No shot played. Can you move on to ball tracking, please? Thank you, Mark. Just waiting on ball tracking, guys. That's right, Mark. No shot played. Still building. Here comes ball tracking. Pitch it outside off, impact outside, wickets missing. Mark, I'm ready to go back on field to Gregory. Gregory, you can stay with your original not out decision. You're on screen, signal now.
I was interested in the one before off Jaden Seals right at the end of the over. I thought that was close as well. You remember Crawley bats on off stump. So it'll be interesting to see how close that one was.
What a shot. Sublime from Zach Crawley. First boundary.
Slightly over pitch from Kemar Roach, looking potentially for a little bit of swing. Hasn't swung, it's just gone straight on with the angle, and that's comfortable in Crawley's arc. Crawley's scoring areas there. Big, tall man wants to hit the ball down the ground, and he didn't miss out.
Excellent delivery to end the over. 9 without loss.
right there.
Seals to continue. They have been probing good areas. No success so far. Jaden Seals' previous over, his last delivery, just missing, sliding down the leg. They opted not to review. Proved to be a good decision from Craig Brathwaite and Joshua Da Silva in particular. But a good start from the West Indies, Steve.
Yeah, good start to put the ball in the right area. There is something in the surface. There's a little bit of bounce. You know, the odd one has bounced, especially from Jaden Seals. Not as much swing, though. No, the ball hasn't really gone sideways through the air. It's been more off the surface, whether it's bounced a little bit or it's just been a little bit of seam movement.
Well controlled, not well timed. Dribbles away to the boundary. Alex Lees, his first boundary of the morning.
And it's a welcome boundary for Alex Lees. Jaden Seals just gone down to the short ball. A lot of balls pitched up in and around that good area. There's not much pace in this pitch. If there is any indifferent bounce, there's not much pace in this pitch yet. Still a bit damp. So it's just sitting in the surface as well, and man at short leg. Nobody on the leg side in the deep.
Just the three fielders on the leg side, mid on, forward, square leg and fine leg. And sometimes as a bowler, Steve, you see these types of conditions, maybe a bit of moisture, some green grass, especially coming on the back of two pitches rather, where there weren't anything. You might just try a bit too hard.
Bit too hard, yeah. Under pressure from your captain. It's when you win the toss on a flat one, you're saying to your batters, you've got to go and score 450. You win the toss as a captain, as a bowler, you're telling your bowling unit, got to bowl them out for 150. So that's the challenge. Tiredness as well, off the back of 3 back-to-back games. With Jaden Seals, but I think you're right. I think Jaden Seals especially is just trying a little bit too hard. Bad little bit of footwork there, but just kicked it onto the boundary. I don't think he's really sure, Blackwood. I think he's right to be not sure, because I think it is 4 when he did stop it with his foot. I think his back was turned, so he just dribbled against the rope. But you're right. I think when you try too hard, you can lose your way a little bit, or you want to bowl $1 million balls. I think Roach has shown that just in and around that off stump, make the batsman play. That's the biggest thing, I think, from a bowling point of view, is when your captain's won the toss, can I make the batsman use his bat as many balls as I possibly can in the first 8 overs? Because that's telling me, the captain's telling me that this pitch has got something in it, and we need to make these batsmen play. We can't make it an easy leave. We make them play as much as we possibly can. I think West Indies are trying a bit too hard here.
Absolutely, you don't have to bowl magic deliveries to bowl a great spell. 17 without loss.
Do you know what come up? Up, inside.
Lots of batting to come for England. A couple of centurions in there. Another play and a miss. West Indian bowlers, they've been probing, they've been asking questions. No success yet, however.
Oh, this is a good ball from Kemar Roach again, challenging the outside edge of Zach Crawley, trying to bring him forward. Zach Crawley's naturally going to come forward. Perfect area from Kemar Roach, and I think the West Indian captain might want to think about Jason Holder, somebody else who tries to drag batsmen forward. That one's gone along the floor. Wow. Ball before nips away, just bounce slightly. This one's just gone, anything that's gone along the ground. Bounced once just before Joshua De Silva. So it's a few now we've had that have either gone low or from Jaden Seals' end bounced. I think it's time for Jason Holder.
Yeah, he needed that one to be on target, didn't he? That one absolutely rolled according to what we saw there. And this one carried through quite nicely. That variable bounce. And this is what they've produced so far. Seals and Roach challenging both inside and outside edge of the bat. Couple LBW appeals in there as well. But for all of that, nothing to show in the wickets column just yet. So it's been good from the batsmen too to resist and to forget previous deliveries and focus on the ones that are coming.
Reminds me a little bit of your home ground, Samuel. A bit of Trinidad. There's a little bit of unevenness in it, and then the odd one just flies off and takes off and goes through. Remember in 2004, West Indies in the first session got off to a flying start, then all of a sudden sun came out, dried out a little bit, and it started to fly through.
You know, we've spoken about the pitches in Antigua and Barbados quite a lot. This one certainly offering something for the bowlers. It's going to be a challenge for the batsmen, particularly in the first session and maybe throughout the course of the first day. Just wonder how it will hold up for the duration of the 5 days. There are some underlying cracks just beneath the grass. The early signs suggest that it might be a result-oriented pitch. 17 without loss.
Set off the back platform. Send this off. Alec, split dice. Can I get a middle, please? Yeah, middle. Thank you.
It will be Jason Holder. Jaden Seals struggled to locate a regular enough line and length. And Craig Brathwaite will hope that Jason Holder can just nag away on that off-stump line. Well, if you stand the seam up, get it on the right line and length, you will get movement. It hasn't been through the air, it's been off the surface. And that's jagged appreciably, especially if you've been watching the last 10 days of cricket. That's moved miles. Morning, Ian Bishop.
Morning, Mark. Hello, everyone. Yeah, height. You heard, I think, someone behind the stump say height. These are conditions that Jason Holder should revel in. 4 wickets in the series. So if he's at his best, he'll just nibble it about on that good length area. It's the reason the West Indies chose to field first, and extra grass covering and what looks like semblance of moisture.
Slight wobble seen, but the ball comes down slap bang on it. Previous deliveries had nipped back, that one nips away. Holder won't need to bust the gut here, just from that great height of his, just keep plopping it on a length.
Play a miss, injudicious shot. And, you know, just being down here at practice yesterday, and sometimes when you come to the practice sessions, you get a chance to meet some of the local bowlers. And every time I go to a territory, you see guys who've played a bit, as Leach confirms his place, have a top 7 apiece for Roach, Seals and Joseph. A couple of guys down here yesterday, Josh Thomas and Nicholas Reddit, local guys who play here in Grenada, fast bowlers, and they asked a key question: what's the key for West Indian bowlers? What do the best bowling groups in the world do? And they hit that good length area top of off more often than most. There are variations that come from there, and that's a simple advice I had to give to them yesterday. It's what Roach has done so well as a reform bowler in the Caribbean. Jason Holder does it well at his best, and it's what Seals and Alzari Joseph are looking to learn to do more consistently. 6 to 8 meters top of off, occasionally fuller or shorter. On target. Maiden over, 17 without loss.
And the odd one jump. Some nice elongated cracks on this surface. I say nice. Nice if you're a bowler. You will get those little variations in the carry and the bounce throughout the game. Actually reminds it, Steve Harmison said it on the previous stint. I was trying to think of where, when I looked at this pitch this morning, where it reminded me of, and it reminds me of Queen's Park Oval. We're going back 18 years or something.
Great place.
One of the best. One of the finest off the pads. What we saw this morning. See that lovely, lustrous green grass. All comparative, of course, but you can also see those cracks I talk of. And that's on day one. We get 2 or 3 hot days here, and the sun really does bake down here in Grenada, and those will get a little wider. And the bowlers, with those longer, those vertical cracks running down the middle of the pitch, if they've got something bigger to aim at. Back in Barbados and Antigua, you were looking at sort of small patches, small spots on the surface. Very, very difficult to hit with any regularity. When you get those long, straight cracks, you can work up and down the length on those and make things happen.
Oh! 21 without loss.
Keep pulling, man, keep pulling.
Okay.
How good, Zach? Nice, mate, we'll play.
One change for England. Overton comes back in for Matt Fisher. Holder to continue.
Yeah, Matt Fisher might consider himself a little unfortunate not to have kept his place in the side. There was talk of Matt Parkinson perhaps making a debut. That would have entirely depended upon another flat surface. Neither side has considered this one to be flat. West Indies have gone without a spinner at all. And so England will just go with the one. It'll be Jack Leach after his 95.5 overs in the previous test. Just to hammer home the point, I suppose, about the variable bounce. Zach Crawley, consecutive deliveries, in fact, from Kemar Roach. Pitching in relatively similar places outside the off stump of the right-hander. And that will only increase as the match goes on, you would think. So England, despite having lost the toss, both teams would have preferred to bowl first this morning. As I mentioned in the pitch report, you kind of think to yourself, well, okay, if we think it's going to go up and down, if you make a decent score first innings, then things will only get more difficult as the match goes on. Never a straightforward call.
Every so often, bowlers are throwing their hands in the air because the front pad is like an illumination for Zach Crawley.
Yeah, it must look like a mattress to Jason Holder, that front pad of Zach Crawley. Played one absolutely magnificent on drive.
Great to be here in the island of Grenada once again. Of course, the Spice Isle, as it's appropriately named, for its spices, nutmeg, mace, and you've got your cocoa plantations, bananas as well. Decimated by a hurricane a few years ago, like so many islands in the Caribbean. But rebuilt and refurbished quite nicely, many of the structures. Hills overlooking the ground at the back, the Dabo Hills area.
Yeah, there's beauty everywhere you look here. Capital city of St George's, the beaches, the deep water harbours. Really is a stunning place.
And of course, next door, the Kirani James, the Olympic champion, world champion. Gold and silver at the Olympics, medals at the World Championships, Kirani James Athletic Stadium, and of course he's from maybe about half an hour up the road, village Guave.
400-metre runner.
Come back and talk about one or two more celebrities from around here. 23 without loss. Calme's back in the team for this game.
Change of bowler, right arm over.
At the expense of Sami Pomol. Bowled some nibbly, medium pace. Impressive at times when he's bowled seam up and then wobble seam. I wonder if Alzarri Joseph prefers to bowl from the end from where Jason Holder is operating from at the moment, given the wind direction. That's the only thing I can think about. Of course, Kyle played some of his first-class cricket down in this part of the world, even though he emanates from Barbados and has played for Barbados as well. His dad actually coaches the first-class team here, for which Junior Murray, former West Indies wicketkeeper who played during my span, good friend. Devon Smith, former West Indies opening batsman. And of course, the Raul Lewis stand, and Raul is the current manager of the West Indies team. You'll see him poking his head out of the dressing room from time to time.
He might not be getting too much time to poke his head out of the dressing room this week. Well, the team's laundry has disappeared. Not to mention Kirtley's. I mean, you've got to be insane to lose Kirtley Ambrose laundry.
Apologies for the laundry making it onto our broadcast.
Well, it's the only place you can find it at the moment.
I suppose the other thing, the other option for Brathwaite would have been to give Alzarri Joseph a short spell from this Darbo end and then switch it around after Holder's completed his. The fastest bowler across the series apart from Mark Wood. Mark Wood now no further apart.
Yeah, and you'd also imagine, again, sort of thinking back to types of bowler that would be most effective on surfaces such as these, going back to the Queen's Park Oval. Obviously, Ambrose and Walsh were effective wherever they went, but again, you'd think taller bowlers hitting the pitch on a fullish length from a great height be the most effective. Alzarri Joseph is 6'3", 6'4". I think as an opening batter, having seen that little bit of seam movement, that little bit of up and down bounce, be much happier seeing Carl Mayers bowling at me than Alzarri Joseph.
Struggling with his run-up. I think his career has been inverted. Started off to me as someone who would primarily bowl and bat handily in the middle. batting has superseded his bowling.
No.
Still 23 without loss. Zari's off the field. Must have been some discussion about whether Anderson Phillip could have come into the 11. Of course, the island of Grenada and sister Isle Carriacou settled in the 17th century, 18th century by the French and the British, of which there are still remnants in large ways in terms of language and structures across one of the more volcanic islands in the Caribbean. Volcanic in its formation, not in terms of activity. Very hilly, as Butch you would have witnessed coming to the ground this morning.
Yeah, absolutely. It's stunning views wherever you went. Our driver putting the vehicle's gearbox through its paces on the way up here. Absolutely beautiful place.
The things I love about it is the huge pieces of arable land. The agricultural produce here is second to none. The verdant landscapes. Farming a big thing even for its hilly facade. And then the beaches second to none where we are located. Butch didn't want to go home at all. He didn't want to come to work this morning, actually, to drag him out. Mark Butcher. Oh, each way movement round the wicket. That time.
It's not been without its alarms, this 23-run opening stand. And that has just started to swing as well and then kept going after it hit the seam. So the lacquer is starting to come off this Duke ball a little.
Another maiden over. Still 23 without loss. DJ got a little over-enthusiastic. In the absence of Wood, Joseph the fastest across the series. He's mixed that in with some quality, particularly I thought in a spell or two in Antigua, and he'll be hoping to be able to reproduce some of that speed with control on this surface. Got him. So often Carl Mayers does it. He's a handy bowler and a wicket taker. First one down.
Not without its alarms for the England openers. This has been a gift. Cross-seam delivery. It might just have stood up a touch in the surface, but it's a loose drive from Zach Crawley. Skipper Brathwaite in exactly the right place. And Mayers, the experiment with Mayers has resulted in a wicket for the West Indies. They draw first blood in this shootout here in Grenada. It's Crawley's gone for 7 and it's 23 for 1.
Joe Root, who had 180 the last time these two teams met here in 2015. 182 not out. But Kyle Mayer so often does it. He mixes up his seam position beautifully.
This way to middle. That's middle. Thank you.
Yeah, just came up, scrambled, and the ball hitting high up on the bat of Zach Crawley. See up near the stickers on that drive, he thought it was a half volley. Brathwaite thought it was Christmas.
There's no accident, the seam position. I remember a spell he bowled against Sri Lanka in Antigua last year. He was seamer beautifully. It's an action that pushes the ball into the right-hander with some deep swing at his best, and then he just scrambles the seam and gets it to leg cut at times. A lot of it is deliberate from him, and we're seeing it more and more around the world. We've talked about that ad infinitum. Hit those good areas. Continue hitting those good areas. Dry things up.
Yep, really good little leg cutter from Mayers. Joe Root at number 3 made the decision that he wanted to bat in that position. He'd been reluctant to do so before. You can understand why. Consecutive hundreds.
There's the one that swings in. He's skillful. Brought into the team exactly for this and a bit of batting. 23 still for 1. You see the seam position, and then it hits and leg cuts. Look at the seam position if you missed it. So different from the wicket ball, and then it hits and goes away from Root. There's a peach.
Yeah, Joe's in pretty good nick. He missed that comfortably. Very different proposition here in Grenada, this pitch. Bowlers are in the game. Again, lavish movement. Jason Holder is just managing to get the backward revolutions on the seam. Seam staying upright, and he's just making the ball swing conventionally at Alex Lees.
Of a wobble seam, Mark Butcher, but you make an interesting point about getting that seam upright. Most times Holder will do that against the right-handers, in particular flicking the wrist at the point of release helps to run the fingers and pull down on the seam as it goes through. For young bowlers watching, create that backspin, which gives you a little bit of lift off the surface. Here to the wrist spinners, who would probably have a little overspin and drop. Brilliant from Roach. He's very good there. Gets down quickly. Authority in that one from Lees. 29 for 1. And the Blue Waters drinks break.
All right, so that's the end of the first hour's play. England 29 for 1. Alex something on with the short in the assist score. The wicket taker for the West Indies end of the first hour's play on day 1 to turn in success. West Indies versus England. England back in first. 29 for 1.
You play me?
So, day one, Grenada, an island full of spice. It is known as the Spice Island, but also some of the most beautiful beaches, some of the most beautiful scenery. Team and a lot of the guests on the island at this stage will be staying near Grand Anse Beach. Not all of them will get inland to make the most of the fresh water, the waterfalls and the rivers. But there is some stunning scenery all around, and many of the usual attractions you get in the Caribbean. And we're at the cricket. 29 for 1 after 14 overs. Zach Crawley, the man, out for 7. A slightly casual drive at Mayers. Carl Mayers playing his first game of this series and continuing now.
No.
Just a reminder, full outside the off stump, cross seam, maybe just sticking a little in the pitch, but that drive was slightly mistimed, and Craig Brathwaite, very safe hands there. So Mayers is into his third over, figures of 1 for none. Roach, Seals, Holder and Mayers used so far. No Pamal in this game. The left-arm spinner has been left out after mixed performances in the first 2 tests of the series. Time to say another good morning to Sir Kurt Liambers. Kurt, how are you this morning? What do you reckon of this decision to bowl first so far?
Good morning, David. I think that the good covering of green grass would have influenced Captain Craig Brathwaite on winning the toss and bowling first. So far, the seamers are doing a decent job. They've already taken a wicket. Kyle Mayers into the final 11 at the expense of Veersamy Pamal. And so far, he's doing a good job for his skipper. He's got the lone wicket to fall so far.
Well, he has, and he's been extremely, in fact, completely economical. And he's got another. Carl Mayers strikes for the second time, and this time it is none other than England's captain, Joe Root. That is a big, big scalp.
Certainly is. Very, very good delivery from Kyle Mayers. Scrambled seam again. Just took the outside edge of the informed Joe Root. And jubilation once again for Kyle Mayers and the West Indies team. He's been included in the squad this morning, and he's showing his skipper that I can get this job done. Joe Root is gone for naught. England in a bit of trouble here. 29 for 2.
Well, suddenly the decision to bowl first is looking as good as it gets. England 2 down for 29. Joe Root, the big one as it were, the master batsman of England, is gone without scoring a run. Dan Lawrence, who was very, very positive in that previous test match, in fact in both test matches, Antigua and Barbados, on those slow batting pitches, those batting favourable pitches. Well, this is going to be a different sort of contest here. Mayers this time just holds the line. And in many ways, it doesn't look like extravagant movement, but that is the most effective way to do it. Just enough to catch the outside edge, not too much to go past it by a distance. And what extraordinary figures he's got. 2.5 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for none. In swinger this time from Mayers, but dug out by Dan Lawrence. 15 overs done, 29 for 2. Well, these conditions here this morning have encouraged a bit of movement, a little bit in the air, certainly a bit off the seam as well. The surface has been receptive, is probably a good word for it. But it's caused problems. And the interesting thing, of course, is that it's Mayers who has caused most of those problems. Mayers that's got the 2 wickets. England struggling, 29 for 2. So with the pressure on, we have a field that looks as aggressive as West Indies fields of old. Maybe without the short leg, although on a pitch that's taking a bit of seam, a short leg sometimes would be one of the first things a captain would look at. Got the leg slip, the ring of slips, 4 in a gully, so this is bringing memories back for Kirtley, I'm sure. Look at it, I can see there's a glint in your eyes.
It's really refreshing to get a surface that often a little bit for the seam bowlers. Don't want to sound like I'm on the fast bowler side, but
you are.
Well, why not?
Indeed.
You've got 2 test matches of runs in galore.
Indeed. Yeah, the indecision visible there. There's a bit of an indecisive prod forward from Lees. Yeah, we like a bit of balance, Kurt, don't we? Like a bit of balance in the game.
We certainly do. And it's really nice to see Kyle Mayers back in the 11. I mean, it's not really a big surprise to many. He's got the knack of getting important breakthroughs. We've seen that in recent times. So it's nothing surprising. And of course, Captain Craig Brathwaite would want to build on this good start.
Yeah, once you've got some pressure applied, you need to keep that pressure on. I suppose the question is, how long will these conditions last as they are? Whether it's the new ball, whether it's the pitch, whether it's a combination of the two, whether there's something in the atmosphere. All those factors are relevant.
That's why it is so important to make use of the new ball under conditions at the moment.
And it's these two, I think, Holder and Mayers, without the outright pace or the bigger pace of the other two, who are actually likely to be more effective. Because it strikes me just instinctively, it's a sort of pitch where you need to sort of kind of kiss the surface, just allow that seam to do its thing, and that the bang-in bowlers, the quicker bowlers, won't get any pace out of the pitch as such. There's no real pace in it. But those that get a full length, just kiss the surface, might just get the movement they need.
A big job for Lees and Lawrence to repair this innings. Lawrence was ultra aggressive in the Barbados Test match. Different situation at the moment.
Straight-ish, but the angle might just be taking it past the leg stump, but this is going to take some consideration yet again from this West Indies review committee, led by the captain, influenced by a former captain, added to by a vice captain, added to by a keeper. Just in the nick of time, let's have a look.
Decision not out. Leslie to mark, we have a player review for LBW. The original decision is not out. I've already checked and established this a fair delivery. Can you move on to front on, please? There doesn't appear to be any bat. However, I'll need Ultra Edge to confirm. Ultra Edge coming up. There's a flat line as the ball is next to the bat and clear a gap between bat and ball. There's no bat involved. Can you move on to ball tracking, please? Pitching outside off. Impact in line. Wickets missing. Mark, I'm ready to go back on field to Joel. Joel, you can stay with your original not out decision. You're on screen. Signal now.
Yeah.
Well, the original decision from Joe Wilson confirmed to be the correct one, just that angle down the leg side. So another review lost. West Indies obviously very keen to strike if they possibly can. While the ball is fresh, pitch is fresh, bowlers are fresh. But no, missing by a comfortable distance in the end.
Very good decision by umpire Joel Wilson. And you can see the expectation on the faces of the West Indian players, hoping to see that dreaded finger raised. It wasn't to be, missing by a long way. 2 quick reviews are lost.
Well, there's always that thing, isn't there, with the reviews. You somehow got to keep a cool head, both as captain, as the final decision maker, but also those who are keenly involved, who will always be the keeper with the angle that he has on the line that the ball is taking. So there they go. Anyway, 2 reviews have gone. And also 2 wickets have gone, neither of which needed a review.
Crawley was the first to go. Caught an extra cover by Captain Brathwaite. And the second was a beauty, Captain Joe Root, and a big wicket. Going for the review, David, is always a ticklish subject, because if the bowler figured that he's got him out and the captain basically refused to take the review and then it showed that he's out, it's a serious thing, wouldn't it? Then again,
you're speaking as a bowler again. Oh, you're right, absolutely, yeah. But we know that there are bowlers who get overexcited. So anything within a similar postcode or the next door postcode is good enough to review for them, whereas you do need to have that cool, calm judgment with the committee. Bowler might get a bit overexcited. Keeper might have a better view. Everyone has an instinct for these things. You know about where a batsman stands, the sort of things the bowler does. Well, we've seen a lot turned down. A lot have not gone well in this series. Well, that's well bowled. That's the dangerous length where you draw someone forward. So this time it's Lees coming forward into the drive. Again, it just kisses the surface, seems in a great position. Moment it hits the seam, this time it does too much.
Another beautifully bowled delivery by Kyle Mayers. Bowling from around the wicket to the left-handers always pose a challenge, because initially you expect the ball to come into you, so you're looking to play. But then when the ball hit the surface and go the other way, that is when you normally get an edge. So it's always difficult for the left-handed batsman when they bowl around the wicket. You know about that, David.
People always used to say it was easier for left-handers, and I'm glad you've put the other side of that story. Yeah, he's just operating a little bit too wide of off stump those last 3. It's 30 for 2 now. Well, the irony is that with that rare sighting of something called grass on a pitch in this last month or so, there was the, I suppose, normal assumption that the quicker bowlers would get something from it. It is these medium pacers, Holder and Mayers, who've looked the most dangerous. has this lovely knack, doesn't he, Jason Holder, just hitting a line and a length. Always seems to be probing. 90-95 of deliveries will be in that sort of area. He's got the height as well, of course, that gets that little bit of extra bounce. But there always seems to be just a little something happening, especially when the ball is this new. We're in the 18th over now, so it's a proper test.
Always very consistent in the areas that he bowled, Jason Holder. And does a bit with the ball as well.
Yeah, as we said just now, just doing enough for the ball is the hardest problem. I mean, those days where the ball seems to be doing everything are the days that actually batsmen sometimes think, well, there's not much they can do to score runs, but they're not going to get out because they're never going to get a touch on it. So unless it bowls you or has your LBW. But I mean, this sort of gentle, as it were, movement, but consistent, persistent movement is a real test of discipline for any batsman. That's absolute pointing case. That length is nigh on perfect. Draws Dan Lawrence forward. He's got to play at this. And then right at the last moment, you get a little bit of late movement beating the defensive shot. But he was committed to play at that all the way along.
Beautifully bowled. It was close, that's right. And that's the thing about fast bowling. I've always said to bowlers, and spectators alike, if the ball is doing too much, way too much, all you'll be hearing from the slip cording and the keepers and closing fielders, the oohs and the ahs, well, you're missing by a mile. You just want it to seem just a little to take that edge. You don't want to be swinging and seaming too much. And people don't understand that. But at the end of the day, it's all oohs and ahs and there's nothing in the wicket's column.
We'll have to develop a new piece of kit, the ooh and ah meter. But you're right, also, and the quicker bowlers, it's happened so often, as we've seen over the years, time and time again. You see a little bit of grass. Sometimes the quicker bowlers themselves get a bit overexcited. Normally when it adds to the bounce and pace, this pitch is not either bouncy or pacey. So actually length is the absolute key. When you've got a little bit of help, just that nice full length, keep plugging away. It's almost, it simplifies the game. You just know, just try and do one thing, just get it up there on that line, that length. Which is exactly what Jason Holder does so well. That's a maiden, stays at 30 for 2. You can see it both from Leach and Lawrence as well. Looking at those ones that are up on a full length, not quite confident enough to drive. They saw what Crawley did when he got the drive out. So not quite confident to play through the ball, not trusting what it's going to do when it hits the pitch. It's just one of those situations you have to work to just get through it as best you can. Star of the morning, Carl Mayers, 5th over. That's a good line. That's a really good line and length. Good leave too. Very good leave from Alex Lees. Well, there we were. Listening to the West Indies team being announced this morning at the toss. No spinner, and most of us think, well, he kind of should have a spinner in pretty much every team if you possibly can. But no, the selection so far, certainly this morning, is working very, very nicely with this man coming in for his first test and doing so well. And still troubling Alex Lees there at the roundabout, the off stump, just outside off stump.
What a delivery. Like I've said earlier, the angle is always a problem. Started to come into the left-hander. Hit the pitch and go the other way. Beautifully bowled.
In anyone's book, that's well bowled, isn't it?
I still would love to see the spinner in the 11, but it's not to be this time. That's Veerasamy Permaul. Just chilling out, watching proceedings.
Yeah, just talking about Carl Mayers. I mean, the biggest wicket of the morning is obviously that of Joe Root. It was actually a classic setup in many, many ways. Just short of a length, wide one, and then that one pitching in much the same place as the first two, but just with that movement off the pitch. And that's exactly what Kirtley was talking about just now, getting just enough to catch the edge. It's good bowling, very, very good bowling. Time to reflect. He's still to concede a run after 5 overs. 2 for none off 5. 30 for 2. Extraordinary spell of bowling, this, isn't it? 5 overs, 5 maidens. No one can score a run off him yet. Troubling the edges, troubling the pads. Brilliant figures. 2 for none off 5. Right, we have a change in the bowling. Jaden Seals has just bowled the 3 overs this morning, one of them a maiden, none for 10. By the way, Carl Mayers has just left the field. One assumes that's just a temporary thing. Anderson Phillip, sorry, is the man substituting. Well, this will be very interesting actually to see what Jaden Seals, that little extra pace, gets from this pitch now, because we made the point, ready to be proven wrong, that slightly lesser pace seems to be more effective. So time will tell.
It just depends on the length that you're going to bowl in terms of the quicker bowlers. Because yes, once you hammer the ball short of a length on this surface, it tends to do less. So it's going to be important for Seals, who's got more pace, will bowl slightly fuller. Not for the drive, mark you. We're not all about that. But just a little bit fuller, so you don't hit the pitch as hard. And he does get the ball to outswing as well. So that's going to be important for him.
Like everyone, it seems, nowadays, Seals goes round the wicket to the left-hander. Again, with that ring of fielders by the keeper. 4 slips, keeping the keeper company. Just a little bit offline, so at least trying to tuck it away. Actually, the timing here is not easy. It's just slightly mistimed it, so it went slightly aerial as you come off the bat there, but just takes enough of the pace off it not to reach the man just in front of square by the umpire there.
Just probably starting a little too straight, Jaden Seals. because of the natural angle, need to start it just a little bit wider of off stump. So it ends up just on top of off stump or slightly outside off stump. But the length was good. Still starting a little too straight. Got to get that delivery slightly outside off stump. Good seam position, and you can see a hint of swing as well.
Yeah, the shape is nice. And as you say, just a little bit of a tweak on the radar just to start the line a little bit, just that little bit further outside the off stump. At the moment it's swinging in just that little bit too far, so he just wants to try and threaten top of off stump if he can. $31 for 2. $31 for 2. Day 1 in Grenada. Alzarri Joseph then. End of an extraordinary spell from Kyle Mayers. 2 for none from his 5.
No!
Just wondering whether Kyle Mayers, who left the field at the end of that previous over of his, was going to come straight back on, whether it was just a little running repair. He's still off the field, hence the enforced bowling change.
I saw him giving his hamstring a bit of a stretch during that over, so maybe just a bit of tightening. Going to see the physio just to make sure everything is okay. As we see Alzarri Joseph into the attack for the first time.
Well, that's gone away, down the leg side, beaten everything. Diving De Silva, couldn't quite get across to it. So 4 byes it is.
Wayward delivery from Alzarri Joseph. Got some pace on it as well. De Silva tried, but in vain.
No!
Well, the same theories have to apply to Alzarri Joseph as with anyone else bowling on this pitch this morning. Just to reiterate, no real pace in the pitch as such, no big pace. Line and length, absolutely crucial, and any bowler who sticks to lines and lengths, the good ones, has a chance of getting something out of this. Be a worry if Myers does need serious treatment. Now, that's tucked away through mid-wicket. Phillips the man giving chase athletically.
Over-pitched delivery from Alzarri Joseph on the leg stump.
Middle this way.
Pushed away quite comfortably for 3. Starting your spell is always the hardest. So it's always important to not give runs away, because immediately you're under pressure. So sometimes it's best to let the batsman leave alone a couple of deliveries early. And then when they get into a nice rhythm, a nice groove, then they can try to experiment. But it's always important to start well.
Yeah, I get the point. The other little thing, of course, is with just that little extra pace. Instead of mid-120s in KPH, we're now into the late 130s. That last one was 143, so that's brisk. That's also an understatement. You know, that's sharp. And that then helps the ball come onto the bat a bit.
Right.
38 for 2.
Partnership 9 from 38. Sustained period of pressure from Holder, Mayers. Just been a little bit of a release from Alzari Joseph, who might be feeling a little aggrieved not to have had the ball before now. With his extra pace on the ball, as Messrs Gower and Ambrose were explaining, he needs to be doubly accurate. Lawrence will take any opportunity to score.
Way there! Lambo, back up.
It's a different proposition for Dan Lawrence, isn't it? He likes to come out and field ball on bat, likes to score quickly. This situation requires a different approach. It's going to be a bit tricky for a little while longer, certainly the remainder of this first session and possibly even beyond that. And they need these two to resist that period, to resist whatever the West Indies threw at them, and then build thereafter.
Been impressed with Lees today. 22 from 65. The strike rate has gone down after a briskish start, but he certainly looked a lot more relaxed, as you would do. His third test match now. The attacking strokes have had that little bit more authority about them, and he's looked very, very solid in defence. You're going to miss a few when it's moving around.
And we've seen quite a few of this in this match. I think in this first session we'd have seen more of that for the entirety of the previous two tests. And just back to Dan Lawrence, when he scored that wonderful 91 in that first innings, he batted the majority of that innings, the entirety of that innings with Joe Root, didn't he? And in the second innings, always had the license to score quickly. Wow. That ball just seamed back in. Prodigious movement.
Yeah, excellent from Seals. Standing the seam up. Making sure that the length is always challenging the batter to think about coming forward. But the judgment good from Lees.
That's what he will say, certainly.
Any leave where you don't lose your stumps is a good one. in the air. It's going to run all the way down to the boundary for 4. 43 for 2.
Not in control of this one. Alex Lee's last ball of the previous over in the air, but in the gap. Anderson Phillip on the field as a substitute.
Yeah, West Indies had just made a slight adjustment to the field to Alex Lees. It reinforced the leg side. He had 4 catches in pretty much from the start with the new ball. Just had 1 less in that slip cordon, the gully, and Alex Lees was a little fortunate there. The ball went catchable height and not particularly quickly either.
And what we've seen from Alzarri Joseph, because of his additional pace, has been easier to score off him. The ball comes on quite nicely to the bat. His economy in this series to date is over 4.14.
Right, I mean, he's also been the least accurate. I mean, yeah, I'll agree that the more pace on, particularly on a surface like this, the easier it is to break the infield and to score your runs. But it's been both sides of the wicket short. Hasn't been there often enough. So pace in and of itself is not a bad thing, but it has to be allied with control. That's why they worry so much about the tyres they put on Formula One cars. It's all very well and good being able to accelerate 0 to 100 in 3 seconds, but if the tyres are no good, your drivers don't survive.
And Calmier has proved exactly that as well. You don't necessarily need to have express pace to be successful. And picking up those 2 wickets, and I don't think that he even conceded a run in his spell. Back on the field, just went off for a momentary break. Fortification of the leg side field for Alzarri Joseph. Deep forward square.
Beauty. Really good from Alzarri Joseph. And I know that our good friend and colleague Ian Bishop will have enjoyed that. And he'll also be saying, stay there, young man.
His consistency has let him down. Tried to bowl too straight, I felt. And that's the length, that's the line.
Yeah, good. Good stuff, good length from Joseph. 43 for 2. Early loss of Zach Crawley and Joe Root, perhaps to an unexpected quarter. Carl Mayers brought into the side for the left-arm spinner Veerasamy Permaul. Prize wicket of the England captain. talking about the field for Alex Lee's previous over. They'd had 4 slips, at least 3 slips and a fine gully. Now they've decided to reinforce this leg side field. I like the short leg, or the man with the helmet on in there. The ball's gone up aerial in that area once or twice. Don't think there's any need for the mid-wicket as well. Especially if you're just going to sit on that line there outside off stump. Trying to encourage Lees to play that drive, get him caught in the gully again. It's more of the sort of field you'd see for the pitches that we've been playing on, not for this one where the ball is moving laterally.
I just feel that if wickets are going to fall, it's going to be in this first session. It's going to be now, based on what we've seen so far. I just feel that he should have an additional fielder catch, and I agree with you.
Well, it's still happening. There's still some prodigious late movement.
Just knocks him off. Loses his equilibrium, Alex Lees. He's shown good resilience so far in this innings. Last thing you want, Mark, is to bowl that ball, get the edge, and there's no one there to catch it. Not now, not with this score on. Really slow going today. Run rate just 1.8 in that first session of the second test. England went to lunch at 47 for 1 on a much better surface. This one here has been quite challenging. 43 for 2. Wouldn't want to lose any more wickets, that's for sure.
Seals has that ball jagging back into the left-handed Lees. 43 for 2. Maidens in total for the West Indies. Half the overs bowled this morning. Lawrence on the drive. Will put bowlers under a bit of pressure. Doesn't like to be boxed in. We'll find ways to score. Might find odd places for the ball to go.
Is that right? Is that right? Thank
you. Now that might work in the favour of the West Indians. The fact that he likes to field bat on ball, he likes to score. In the first innings of that first test, he played at one off Jason Holder, was caught a third slip. Was pushing hard at that one. Any vantage point to look at the cricket? You take the opportunity.
See what? His eyes are good. Maybe you want to strap a pair of pads on him. Yeah, that's what That is what Samuel Badgery is talking about. Yes, he's looking to score. Yes, he's looking to assert himself, but that does mean maybe the odd waft, the odd injudicious stroke.
There's that fine line, isn't it? When it comes off, it's absolutely brilliant. When you edge it, it's a disappointing shot. How many times as commentators have we said that? Butch, wide, extremely well struck, good shot. Same ball, wide, edges, disappointing shot. Just fine margins in this game. It's all about execution and ensuring that you get exactly what you're after with those shots.
Working up a good head of steam here. Sorry, Joseph. Ball thumped into the bat of Dan Lawrence. Up in the 90s. Nicely worked. Final ball from Lawrence. 46 for 2. Vivid colours of the Grenadian flag. Proudly aloft. Oh, that's straight. Oh, that's gone. If Dan Lawrence hasn't hit this, he's in big trouble.
I agree. Having that discussion with Alex Lees, I wonder what the decision will be, just in the nick of time.
Copy that, Joel. Review for LBW, original decision out. Leslie to Mark, we have a player review for LBW. The original decision is out. I've already checked and established it's a fair delivery. Can you move to front on, please? Yeah, he's clearly missed that ball. Clear gap between bat and ball. There is no bat involved. Can you please go straight onto ball tracking, Mark? Ball tracking coming up, Joel. Pitching outside off, impact in line, wickets hitting. Martin ready to go back on field to Joe. Joe, you can stay with your original out decision. You're on screen signal now.
Joel Wilson raises the finger for the second time. Absolutely spot on from Jaden Seals. The movement defeated the forward push of Dan Lawrence. He has gone for 8. England in real trouble here at 46 for 3. Ben Stokes, after a sparkling century in the Barbados Test match. Over 5,000 runs to his name in elite company. Only 5,000 runs, 150 wickets group in Test match cricket. And not for the first time, he finds himself coming out with England in a spot of bother, having been asked to bat first in this Apex Test match series.
A wonderful delivery from Jaden Seals, just nipping back in And he knew it. Off the seam, off the surface. Another firm push from Dan Lawrence. But once he didn't get any bat on that, it was always going to be out. Good decision from umpire Joel Wilson. And Ben Stokes fresh off a century in the second test match. Not for the first time, like you mentioned, but being called upon to rescue England.
Immediately makes a move to get close to the ball. LBW is going to be a dismissal that rears its head often, I think, on this surface. 36 in Antigua, came to the crease and the score was 27 for 3. He and Johnny Bairstow rather rescued England there in that first innings of the first test. Sparkling 120 in Barbados lit up the match. It'll be a job of a different kind again here in this deciding test match. Funny feeling, you know, Samuel Badri, that we'd 0-0, get down to the last one, and that the groundsman, the curator, would be given the directive, you know what, come on then, let's have a shootout in this last game. And that's exactly what we've got. Bit of grass on the surface. It's not quick by any means, but it does have surface cracks in it. There will be up and down movement.
Yeah, it's a battle of the seam bowlers from both teams, isn't it? Yes, Jack Leach has 11 wickets. Yes, he's the leading wicket taker, but it's the seam bowlers who you feel will do the damage in this test match. Maybe Jack Leach in the second innings of the West Indies might come into play. Kemar Roach, Jaden Seals, Jason Holder up against Overton and the like. So important to restrict England in their first innings, not allow them to get too many. But it will be nice to see a result one way or the other in this test match. The previous two, we've spoken incessantly about it. But from the early signs, this one promises to be quite entertaining, whichever way it goes. You might just have someone putting their hands on that trophy for the first time, that Richards Botham trophy.
Little on the short side. Stokes in behind it nicely. 46 for 3. Two left-handers at the crease for England.
You want middle. That's middle. Thank you.
West Indies, if you're just joining us, winning the toss and batting for putting England into bat. Carl Mayers into the side for left-arm spinner Sami Pamal. England's change was to bring back Craig Overton for Matt Fisher, who will sit this one out, otherwise unchanged. Both captains would have bowled, pretty sure of that this morning. Marathon man, Jack Leach, 95.5 overs in Barbados.
What a delivery from Joseph. Just beats the outside edge. Seaming again, seaming delivery. Just look at that go.
Another man in that slip cordon. I think Alex Lees is going to be playing any big drives before lunch.
And Jack Leach will be happy with the fact that he's not required to bowl. Well, not just yet anyway. At least they're batting first in this test match. Give him some additional recuperation time. What about that man and his concentration?
Lee's happy to let it pass.
Loyal West Indian fans in at the stadium, cheering their team on, hoping for a positive result. Might be the final ball before lunch.
Stoutly defended by Alex Lees, who's looked solid at the top of the order for England. Has played one or two pleasing strokes. More importantly, has made it all the way through to the lunch break. It's been West Indies session for short. Carl Mayers has been perhaps the unlikely hero. 27 overs, 3 for 46. It's not been edge of the seat stuff as far as run scoring is concerned, but there certainly have been chances and opportunities for the bowlers with seam movement and a little bit of up and down bounce here on day one in Grenada. Crawley, Root and Lawrence have found themselves back in the pavilion. Mayers with a couple of those wickets. Joe Root with a duck. An absolute beauty from Mayers to send the in-form England skipper back without scoring. And it's Alex Lees and Ben Stokes, the two left-handers, that will see England through to the lunch break and resume thereafter.
Bowlers for the West Indies, well, we've asked for some spice on the pitch. We've got that certainly. Jaden Seals with his solitary wicket, but it's that man, Carl Mayers, 2 wickets for no runs, 5 maidens in 5 overs, and doing the damage so far.
I see what you did there. Spice in the pitch on the Spice Island. And the man who's always full of spice is David Gower, who is out there on the field looking resplendent in Panama hat, and I think he has Carl Mayers with him.
Kyle, welcome back, first of all, to the West Indies team. And what a performance that was, what a spell.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I thought it was a good spell. Bowling 5 overs for no runs, again, 2 key wickets in the first session. I thought it was brilliant.
What was the key to you? What were you trying to do?
I just stuck to my plans, try to stick to my stop ball as long as possible. I try to mix it in between, but just staying patient.
Well, it certainly works. And the Joe Root wicket, was that special for you?
Yeah, of course. I've been getting some big batsmen out in my first couple of games for West Indies, and hopefully it continues.
So the bigger the better. Tell us about conditions. The ball's been doing something all morning.
Yeah, the ball's actually seaming around, getting something through the air as well, and off the wicket. A bit slow, but once you get the ball fuller than normal, I think you're in business.
And is it better, do you think, for someone of your pace? Is it suited to your pace?
I mean, it could go both ways. I mean, batsmen can relax with me, but someone with more pace obviously can get the ball moving around a little faster and catch batsmen off guard. So a bit of both.
And how long do you think the conditions are going to stay like this?
I really can't tell. I'm not familiar with Grenada. I hope it stays so for throughout the day and then get flatter tomorrow.
Fair enough. But for now, very happy with the decision to bowl first.
Yes, of course.
Okay, well, many thanks. Well bowled. We'll see what happens next.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much to David and to Carl Mayers, who has perhaps thrown a little bit of a spanner in the works for England as far as their plans are concerned. Right, we're going to take a short break, the other side of which we'll have Ian Bishop with you for all of the analysis of session 1.
Back here at the Grenada National Stadium, England, having been sent in to bat by the West Indies, progressed to 46 for 3 over the morning session. Crawley, Root and Lawrence, the men that have gone 26 to Alex Lees, who's batted throughout the morning session, and Ben Stokes yet to score. The destroyer-in-chief, Kyle Mayers, coming in for his first test match of the series. 2 wickets to him, very impressive control. And out of 5 overs, 5 maidens, not a run scored off him yet, and a wicket to Jaden Seals. Bright sunshine, beautiful sunshine here at the National Stadium. The Spice Isle, they call it, and the wicket certainly has had some spice and added to the morning session. Samuel Badri and Steve Harmison here with me. Steve, how much of this surface that we've seen is a seam bowler's delight?
Yeah, it's a beautiful surface for a seam bowler to ply his trade. It's it's a bit like what you would get in England. Little seamers in and around that off stump, challenging the outside edge and the inside edge on the LB, and the outside edge and trying to get batsmen nicked off. This is a poor shot. You can't defend this. You're just a poor shot. An opening batsman on a wicket where you've just been put into bat. I don't think Zach Crawley. I think Zach Crawley will look at that again, and I think he'll have nightmares over that. He's a big shot player, wants to get at it, but that Joe Root in and around that off stump, we've seen many times in Joe's career when the weight transfer doesn't come back into the ball, he gets caught on the crease, and a good ball early on against anybody, no matter how good a player you are, you're always vulnerable and susceptible around that off stump area, and Kyle Miles bowled beautifully.
Samuel Badri, people who don't know Kyle Miles may be surprised by what they've seen, but we know better. We've seen him time and again before.
Yeah, he's an underrated bowler, isn't he? He has that ability to swing that ball in to the right-handers, and then he does that wobble seam that allows the ball to go straight on. He has taken quite a few wickets for the West Indies doing exactly that, and that uncanny ability to just get that ball to move ever so slightly off the seam and then to hold its line, to bowl 5 maidens in consecutive overs and to pick up 2 important wickets as well for the West Indies. I think that has been absolutely amazing from Kyle Miles. And you're quite right. We know of his ability. We know what he can do, but he's quite underrated internationally. I don't think that he'll be underrated now, having seen what he's done there.
Yeah, his control exemplary, Steve Harmison, and he knows exactly what he's doing. People may be of the opinion that this is guesswork. No, we've got a good indication of a scramble seam and a upright seam.
Absolutely, he does know what he's doing. He's trying to get the ball to swing. That's what he's trying to do on the right-hand side of the screen there. He's trying to get the swing, and you can just see his follow-through as well. You look at his follow-through. There's a little bit sort of right. These right-handers going sort of towards his left armpit. He's getting full rotation, trying to get the ball to swing, and then on the left-hand side there, he's just trying to get the ball not to swing, the scrambled seam. So hopefully it just goes on and on towards off stump, and he's done it perfectly. He has moved the ball nicely, but it's been the areas that he's bowled. He's been relentless and making sure the batsman player and making sure that the England batsman that came out couldn't relieve the pressure by rotation of strike.
Yeah, control of length there in combination with Jason Holder and what they were doing. How do you picture the entirety of the attack?
I think it was really good. Everyone who got the opportunity to bowl came and hit those lengths. They didn't allow England to score freely. We know Alex Lees plays his game, such a defensive type player. And then the other batsmen like to score, but they weren't given any opportunity, any loose deliveries. And I think that was important. They bowled in partnership, one bowler supporting the other. Just a few maybe loose deliveries that went to the boundary. But apart from that, I thought everyone played their role to perfection. They could have gotten a couple more wickets. Quite a number of deliveries beat the bat. There were a few LBW shouts as well. But outside of that, I think the West Indies would be very pleased with this effort. 3 wickets down. England in that second test in Barbados went to lunch at 47 for 1. So they always start off quite cautiously, but that 3 wickets in the bank for the West Indies, winning the toss, deciding to bowl first, they'd be very happy with where they are at the moment.
Just wonder how much longer this seam movement will continue going up. So we had 3 wickets though that fell in that morning session from some quite impressive seam bowling. Lawrence was the last of those.
Yeah, it was a good, another good delivery to get rid of Dan Lawrence. I wasn't sure why he referred it. It looked very adjacent. Front up, you see his balance, his head's gone, just fallen over towards sort of extra cover there. And again, a good bit of bowling by Jaden Seals. I didn't think he bowled that well this morning. I didn't think he had hit his straps this morning. I thought him and Kemar didn't bowl with a new ball as well as they probably would have liked to. But we find with these Duke bowls that once they get about 10 overs old, lacquer comes off them, starts to swing a little bit more, and they become more dangerous. And then obviously he's had a word with himself down at fine leg, as us fast bowlers do. And he's come back and he's hit his straps nicely. But one thing I'll say first, if you remember, all the way back right at the very start, England were 46 for 4 in that first game in Antigua, where Bairstow and Stokes rebuilding. So England have been in this position before and come through it.
So then, if they have that memory to fall back on, what would the approach be from England after lunch?
I think it's Ben Stokes will play the way Ben Stokes plays. Alex Lees will continue to play.
What is that way?
Well, if he gets any loose deliveries, he'll look to try to capitalize. He'll look to put it away. Nothing out of the ordinary, but certainly he'll be looking to score of anything that's presented to him. He's naturally aggressive, naturally likes to score. We saw that in that test match there. But he also has the ability to settle down and to bat time and to bat long. That ability to assess what is required. And for now, it will be to consolidate, it will be to build a partnership with Alex Lees. But once he gets set there, then we know how explosive he can be and how entertaining he can be. So at this stage, it will all be about consolidating, it will be about batting time, it will be about assessing the conditions out there, and it will get easier. He'll know that in the back of his mind based on all of the experience that he has. And he'll also have to shepherd Alex Lees. Of course, he's only into his third test match, so he will need someone like Ben Stokes to be out there with him and to really show him the way as they go deeper into this innings.
Just quickly, Steve, finally, do we expect any seam movement to continue after lunch?
Yeah, I think there will. I think there will be on this. There'll be seam movement throughout the game. One thing the West Indies dressing room will be telling them, when England were 40 for 4 in Antigua, we bowled too wide to Johnny Bairstow and Ben Stokes. We can't do that again on this surface.
Thank you very much, Steve. Thank you very much, Samuel. Well, it's lining up to be a much more intriguing test match because the seam bowlers are back in it. Kyle Mayers has had a superb morning with a couple of wickets, and they're not done yet. So after the break, we will get to know Kyle Mayers a little bit better through his Instagram profile. Here's a little link to what you can expect after the intermission.
I place a lot of emphasis on winning games. I want to be the guy who wins the most games for my team. Just to be the guy to know, you know what, Kyle is here, he can take us across the line because he's done it already. I want to be known for that. So for me, that's what's next. Just trying to stay as positive as possible and trying to continue the good work that I started with. I am Kyle Mears, and this is my Insta story. So this first picture is me representing West Indies on the 19 in India versus Australia on the 19. It was a series between us, Sri Lanka and Australia, and India, the host team. I can't remember exactly if we won the game or not, because there were so many games, but it was a good tournament, good outing, a good experience to play cricket in India. So this next picture, this is my first West Indies A jersey. It's my official West Indies number. This is where I got number 71 from. It was a home tour against Sri Lanka, a T20 series. I was selected to play after competing in the T20 competition, Caribbean T20, and I just finished the World Cup, and I was selected to represent the West Indies A team. I can remember like yesterday, there were a lot of superstars on that trip. Dwayne Smith was my captain at the time. There were guys like Sunil Narine making their first appearance for West Indies A as well. Kevin Cooper, Andre Russell, Lendl Simmons. It was a real superstar side back then. So on to the next pick. Very funny pick, actually. This was my first CPL, representing Barbados Tridents with Pakistan stars Shoaib Malik and Akmal. Both those guys from Pakistan representing Barbados Tridents for the first time. It's a very funny picture for me because looking back, I had a blonde mohawk. I guess it was fashion back then, but no, looking a bit weird. I have two memories of that CPL. One, a good one, and the next one bad. I actually got the catch of the tournament in that CPL, and then in the semi-finals, I dropped a crucial catch, probably causes the match. So it was a bittersweet feeling for me, but it was a great experience, nevertheless. Next picture. This is my daughter, Nakaya Mears, my first child. I have two. I have a son, recently born. He's 1 year old, and his name is Kajay Mears. But this picture is my daughter. She actually born when I was representing Trinidad in the first CPL. Her grandmom sent me that picture, and that was the first picture I ever posted on Instagram with her. So it is a very inspirational picture for me because at that time, obviously I was young, no start in my career, and then up came my daughter. So then I had a lot more to play for her. So pushed me to be where I am today. I'm very thankful for her. She's very smart. She's 7 years old right now. A lot of chat. And she's into cricket. She always watches the games. She's hard on me, you know. When I do well, she's very happy. So I'm very happy for both my children. And there's a reason they play. I play for them, and I play for my family and friends. The next pick. This is me representing my primary school team in the final. It's called the Irma Griffith final in Bank Hall, where I grew up. This is me actually playing a back foot cut for 4 on my way to winning the championship for my side, Wesley Hall, and receiving my first Man of the Match award. It was a good stepping stone, and I will never forget this moment, a very special moment for me. I guess you could say this is me just passing some time. I fell in love with golf after playing with a few teammates a few years ago. It's similar to cricket, very relaxing, and the guys make it very interesting, you know, playing for drinks, even playing for money sometimes, you know. I think Shamar Brooks and Jason Holder, I think they're top golfers at the moment. I dropped off a bit. After my injury, I stopped playing as I used to play before. I play a lot of video games. I'm into PS4, play a lot of Call of Duty, FIFA, and basketball as well on video games. Next pick. This is me when it was probably like 3 or 4, and I decided to post it for Throwback Thursdays. I thought it was a funny pic. People back then probably might say I dress sharp, but now looking at it, it look a bit weird. Next pick, me and Shane Dorich, after winning the CPL. I think it was in St. Kitts. My first CPL championship and only CPL championship with the Tridents. So it was a very wonderful feeling for me as a youngster, and having played in the final two made it even more special for me. Next pick, this is me representing West Indies in the Under-19 World Cup in 2012 in Australia, receiving the Man of the Match award against India. Thought it was a wonderful match between the two teams and a great achievement for us to beat India, who were favorites for the World Cup. So this is a picture of the Super 50 finals, Barbados versus Windwards, but this particular picture had a couple guys that went to school with me at Alexandra School. So we decided to take a picture for the coach, Mr. Peter Vaughan. Very supportive coach, always had me on the right track, on and off the field. So kudos to Mr. Vaughan for my development. This pick is me playing my first test match, guiding my team to victory, scoring 200 runs, my first double in any cricket. It was a very special moment for me. I always dream of playing test cricket and also dream of scoring runs in my first test. For me to come out and play innings like that, I felt really, really good about it. I could bring my team to win the first test on the tour. The coaches really knew the hard work that I did. They really appreciate it, and they show that I challenge myself to do a lot. I want to be different. I know people will set goals to be the best player in the world, or the #1 batsman, or the #1 bowler, but for me, I place a lot of emphasis on winning games. I want to be the guy who wins the most games for my team. Just to be the guy to know, you know what, Cud is here, he can take us across the line because he's done it already. I want to be known for that. So for me, that's what's next. Just trying to stay as positive as possible and trying to continue the good work that I started with.
An intriguing passage of play in the first session of the third and final test match here in Grenada. In case you missed any of the action, here are the highlights. Bit of swing and seam already. First ball, Steve Hammerson alongside me. And Calmeers into this team for the first time in this series. But you're enthused by what you've seen in that pitch, aren't you?
Yeah, definitely. Good morning, Samuel. Good morning, everyone. It's a brave call to go and bowl first, put your pressure on your bowlers.
Straight through him. Appeal from the bowler, not much from behind. Excellent signs.
That's a beauty. That's a beauty. Just got the ball to not only nip back, but it's bounced as well. Look at the bounce on this. Seam, good position. It's gone all the way through Alex Lees. There was a noise. There was a noise. Just might be the back pad. But not only good signs for Jaden Seals, but good signs for the West Indies.
What a seed.
It's a beauty. That's an absolute beauty from Jaden Seals. Hits the deck hard, seam position, nice and bowled upright, stands up all the way through to Joshua De Silva. This is what bowling coaches tell your bowlers early in.
Huge shot from Kemar Roach. Gregory Brathwaite not interested. Greg Brathwaite once again will have that discussion and have to make a decision. Did it do enough? Well, he's reviewed it. We'll soon find out.
Pitch is outside off, impact outside, wickets missing. Mark, I'm ready to go back on field to Gregory. Gregory, you can stay with your original not out decision. You're on screen signal now.
Decision upheld. What a shot. Sublime from Zach Crawley. First boundary.
Slightly over pitch from Kemar Roach, looking potentially for a little bit of swing. Hasn't swung, it's just gone straight on with the angle, and that's comfortable in Crawley's arc. Crawley's scoring areas there. Big, tall man wants to hit the ball down the ground.
Well controlled, not well timed. Dribbles away to the boundary. Alex Lees, his first boundary of the morning.
And it's a welcome boundary for Alex Lees. Jaden Seals just gone down to the short ball. A lot of balls pitched up in and around that good area. There's not much pace in this pitch. If there is any indifferent bounce, there's not much pace in this pitch yet. Still a bit damp. So it's just sitting in the surface as well, and with Jaden Seals, but I think you're right. I think Jaden Seals especially is just trying a little bit too hard. Bad little bit of footwork there, but just kicked it onto the boundary. I don't think he's really sure, Blackwood. I think he's right to be not sure, because I think when it is 4, when he did stop it with his foot, I think his back was turned, so just dribbled against the rope.
Got him. So often Calmeers does it. He's a handy bowler and a wicket taker. First one down.
Not without its alarms for the England openers. This has been a gift. Cross-seam delivery. It might just have stood up a touch in the surface, but it's a loose drive from Zach Crawley. Skipper Brathwaite in exactly the right place. And Mayers, the experiment with Mayers has resulted in a wicket for the West Indies. They draw first blood in this shootout here in Grenada. It's Crawley's gone for 7 and is 23 for 1.
Brilliant from Roach. He's very good there. Gets down quickly. authority in that one from Lees. 29 for 1.
And he's got another. Carl Mayer strikes for the second time, and this time it is none other than England's captain Joe Root. That is a big, big scalp.
Certainly is. Very, very good delivery from Kyle Mayer. Scrambled seam again. Just took the outside edge of the informed Joe Root. And jubilation once again for Kyle Mayers and the West Indies team. He's been included in his squad this morning, and he's showing his skipper that I can get this job done. Joe Root is gone for naught. England in a bit of trouble here. 29 for 2.
Wow. That ball just seamed back in. Prodigious movement.
Yeah, excellent from Seals. Standing the seam up. Making sure that the length is always challenging the batter to think about coming forward. In the air. It's going to run all the way down to the boundary for 4. That's straight. Oh, that's gone. If Dan Lawrence hasn't hit this, he's in big trouble.
I agree. Having that discussion with Alex Lees, I wonder what the decision will be, just in the nick of time.
Ball tracking coming up, Joel. Pitching outside off, impact in line, wickets hitting. Martin ready to go back on field to Joe. Joe, you can stay with your original out decision. You're on screen signal now.
Joel Wilson raises the finger for the second time. Absolutely spot on from Jaden Seals. The movement defeated the forward push of Dan Lawrence. He has gone for 8. England in real trouble here at 46 for 3.
Might be the final ball before lunch.
Stoutly defended by Alex Lees, who's looked solid at the top of the order for England. He's played 1 or 2 pleasing strokes. More importantly, has made it all the way through to the lunch break. It's been West Indies session for short. Carl Mayers has been perhaps the unlikely hero. 27 overs, 3 for 46. It's not been edge of the seat stuff as far as run scoring is concerned, but there certainly have been chances and opportunities for the bowlers with seam movement and a little bit of up and down bounce here on day 1 in Grenada.
Yes, in the Spice Isle, after 1 session of the opening day in the 3rd Apex Test match, 46 for 3 for the visitors. Stokes and Lees at the crease. Mayers 2 for zip, as we would say in the Caribbean. 1 for 16 for Jaden Seals. Holder was probing. Roach will hope to enter the wickets column at some point during this session, and so too Alzari Joseph. Glorious views, as has been evident throughout this series. It is Kemar Roach who will start proceedings. Steve Harmison alongside me. One of the key things I always look to in the teams we played is to get an early assessment of if conditions have evolved from one session to another.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing that the West Indies didn't do in the very first Test match in Antigua, when England were 46 for 4 in that first Test match. They started bowling a bit wider, a bit more, showed a bit too much respect, I think, to Bairstow and Stokes. So that'll be in the mind, not wanting to give any freebies, but make sure that when Stokes and Lees come back out to bat, make sure they use their bat as much as they possibly can. There is something in this surface. I think the top of the stumps, top of off stump, the old cliche, never been more apparent against the England batsmen at this minute in time, because the West Indies have got England where they want them. It's Can they come out straight after lunch and do what they did in that first session?
Ben Stokes, one of the batsmen who will often walk at the bowler of medium or fast medium pace, try to negate the movement or force them to change their length. Nice shot to get Stokes going, just one.
We've seen there straight away, just what you were mentioning, coming out of his crease to put the bowlers off. I didn't think the experienced Kemar Roach would fall for it, just dragged his length back a bit. Ben Stokes comes out of his crease. You see him here when he comes out of his crease. Yeah, that was the short balls, the one before. When he comes out of his crease, he's trying to smother the bounce or any sort of movement, but he knows that the bowler hasn't got enough pace to trouble him on the back foot, so he can just keep coming at the ball. And if it is a short ball, he can adjust comfortably.
As a matter of fact, if I go back to the West Indies tour of England in 2020, West Indies obviously did England a big favour by being the first touring team there after the pandemic broke out. There were some discussions with Kemar Roach and one or two people close to him that he needed to use his short ball a lot more to Ben Stokes and one or two of us who were walking at him, and he proceeded, even at his reduced pace post 2017, to use that short ball more. Trying to remember if he got Stokes twice in the games up at Old Trafford. I was trying to remember if one of those was pulling. May not be. He certainly used the short ball a lot more. "28 overs gone, 47 for 3.
That's middle. Thank you, mate. Right arm over.
West Indies' fastest bowler, Alzari Joseph, continues after lunch. Where's he standing now for Joseph? A little further back on the crease line.
Did that in Australia when he was facing Cameron Green compared to the other Australian bowlers, where he came at the likes of Hazelwood, Stark, Cummins to an extent, Boland, but when Green was on, I think Ben Stokes struggled to sort of pick his length up, and I think what he did was to Cameron Green, he looked to hit him up, he would go with the bounce because Cameron Green got so much bounce. that's always the challenge when Ben goes in. You find you're watching him. He's trying to have an idea of how he's going to play against each different bowler. And the smaller, the shorter bowlers, the skiddier trajectory, he tries to get at them because he knows for a fact they haven't got enough in their armoury with a short ball to really put him into trouble. But Alzarri Joseph's just that little bit quicker. He's a little bit more bouncier. So whether Ben Stokes goes a little bit further back in his crease and give himself some more time. But Ben might also think that Alzarri Joseph is the one to score off. If Kemar Roach is in and around that off stump, we've seen Kyle Mears bowl wonderfully well in that first spell, in and around that off stump. Very difficult to score off, where the more pace on the ball might just be something that Ben thinks, you know what, he's the one that we're going to have to, if we are going to get a score. Alzarri Joseph's the one that we're going to score off. He's the one that we're going to try and target. Anything offline, we're going to throw everything at it. And I would imagine that's what's not going through his mind at the minute because he's trying to get himself in. But as we're building through a session, I'd imagine the more aggressive players that England have got will see Joseph as probably the one that will be easier to score off.
Excellent. 49 for 3. Misfortune for the bowler, fortune for Alex Lees. Could have ricocheted into the stumps.
You've seen this a few times now. Alex Lees pushing away from his body. Any sort of width that's been on offer, he just pushes away from his body, hands out in front of himself. Very fortunate there to get away with that one. See right the last minute, he loses his balance as he comes through. Wow, that was close to the leg stump.
50 came up.
He's not had a great deal of luck, Kemar Roach, in this series. He's bowled, I think he's bowled well. He's got 7 wickets so far, but Barbados, there was a couple of catches went down. There's a couple of DRSs didn't go in his favour. LBWs didn't go in his favour. Went past Sir Garfield Sobers in the all-time wicket list. And he's been a champion for the West Indies, probing again in and around that off stump. sometimes as bowlers, we do feel hard done by every now and again, where we feel as though we're not bowling the greatest and you get wickets. But sometimes you are bowling nicely and you're bowling well, and it doesn't always go in your favour. I think Kemar in this 3-match series so far hasn't quite had the rub of the green as though, and he'd be telling himself, it's got to change, it's got to change.
Gentleman on the left of screen, Junior Randolph Murray, former West Indies wicketkeeper batsman from the island of Grenada. Played a little game with him a couple of years ago, still keeping very well. As smooth as ever. 53 for 3. Joseph to continue. The things you're mindful of on this ground, like so many of the West Indian grounds, is a strong wind coming from left to right on your screen. The fielder in the top left of your screen is very square at long leg. Could be used also to set up the pull shot, which will be hit into the wind. It's something I wouldn't mind seeing Joseph using, that short ball occasionally, particularly to Stokes. He took a wonderful catch, Jaden Seals, off the bowling of Joseph to Crawley in Barbados in the second innings. Very well bowled.
Good area this from Alzari Joseph. Ben Stokes doesn't want to come forward. Trying to play the ball as late as he possibly can. Just nipped away. Good, that's the area Alzari Joseph needs to be challenging. 3 balls before that, just a little bit short.
You missed the wickets this morning. Here's a chance to have a look at what happened. Mears took the first couple.
Shot that Zach Crawley will not want to see again. Very similar dismissal to get Joe Root out early, bringing him forward, and again challenge the front pad, challenge the outside of the off stump. Dan Lawrence reviewed that, but no avail. England losing 3 wickets there. Crawley will be the one that's really disappointed in how he got out this morning.
Got him. Use of the short ball by Alzari Joseph proves to be the end of Stokes.
He said Has he bowled too short? Well, that one was a short ball. 3 or 4 balls in this over, just been that nice length. This one had a bit more venom in it. Ben Stokes just toe of the bat. Alzari Joseph, nice catch. Nonchalantly throwing the ball back to the umpire. And England in real trouble now. Stokes goes for 2. England 53 for 4.
Johnny Bairstow, attractive 100 in the first game in Antigua. 100 compiled in a couple of ways, actually. Very watchful the first half of the innings and then accelerating. But the thing about the short ball that got rid of Stokes, it was going across him, so he had to try to fetch it. It was also pacey.
Yeah, it was. It was going across him. 2 balls earlier, he's played this. That one was a lot shorter than the one 2 balls earlier. But 2 balls earlier, he tried to hit through the offside. And he found the fielder at extra cover. And this one, he's gone for more power. Cross bat shot. Very disappointed with himself, but a happy West Indies.
Lee's with his blinkers on, he gives you the impression he's that sort of player, just stays in his bubble. Good reward for Joseph as well. Still on the hunt for more. And you mentioned 46 for 4 after 1 session, first test match, first innings. Not too dissimilar after a session. Very good.
Yeah, what I've liked about Joseph this morning is he's trying to bowl fast. He's in the team as the quick bowler. You see here, this is what Kemar Roach does. So Kemar Roach is going to challenge the outside edge along with Kyle Mears. Kyle Mears and Jaden Seals are more line bowlers. Well, Alzari Joseph, he's your fast bowler, Alzari Joseph. And he's bowled fast this morning. He's bowled 140, 142, 143. So he's done his job for his team.
There was a noise out. I wonder if it was bat hitting ground.
It was a loud noise. It was a loud noise. I don't know. I wouldn't do it. Don't do it. Josh, what happened there?
There was a noise. There was a noise, and I actually thought Alex Lees is walking here as his bat hit the floor. Not so sure. I'm saying there's a noise. He's heard something, he says. He's heard something, but with 1 review left.
No.
Roach is the greatest conversationalist with regards to these reviews when he's bowling. Intriguing to listen to him. This time, no question about it. He's been working away at angling in and then straightening. Brilliant from Roach.
The fantastic area from Kemar Roach. Again, challenging Alex Lee's outside edge. Relentless this morning. 2 or 3 times Alex Lees has left the ball very close to that off stump. This time, Kemar Roach thinks the world's against him. Not that time. Lees goes for 31. England 53 for 5.
$53 for 5. And if you just joined us, a pitch that's offering enough for the seamers. Draws Ben Folks to the crease. But excellent from Roach again.
Well, he's been quite relentless this morning from around the wicket. 2 or 3 times Alex Lees is not sure whether to play it, whether to leave it. A big shout 2 balls ago. He's telling his teammates there, I heard something, but with 1 review to go, West Indies didn't want to burn it. And that's what champions do. They just go away, put disappointment to one side, and come up and bowl their best ball again. Too good for Alex Lees.
One thing, as they said this field, that I would not mind at all seeing was having a short leg. The ball is nipping about. Folks loves to get forward. Love to have seen a short leg man under the lid here.
I'd say to both of them, because I think Johnny Bairstow's got players with quite hard hands as well into the ball early in his innings.
That's why I want to see a short leg. That's gone offside, but could easily have gone leg side. 53 for 5.
Alex Lees 31, and then it's a sorry scorecard for England after that. Poor shot by Crawley. LBW seals Lawrence for 8. 32 balls, but nobody in double figures for England. Huge amount of pressure on Johnny Bairstow. 2 players on 0. That's what you want as a team. You always say, put 2 wickets on it, get 2 players on 0. There's 1 ball between them. West Indies have started the perfect start after the lunch break.
One of the things I like, the adjustment that Alzarri Joseph has made in terms of his alignment on the crease. He started out in Antigua bowling almost everything exclusively wide of the crease. That last delivery was an indication of halfway through the test match, he's getting closer into the stumps, varying his release point. There he goes again. Tight in presenting a more direct line of attack.
It's also making the batsman make a decision whether to play or not. Johnny Bairstow left a lot of balls in Antigua in his first innings when he got 140. The West Indies bowled the wrong line, but also the wrong length in being able to let Bairstow get into his innings. It's so important now, the position that the West Indies are in, that Johnny Bairstow uses his bat for as many balls right at the very start.
Is that another one? Yes, it's all falling down and falling in favour of the West Indies here after lunch. As well as before, Bairstow goes.
One that nips back, then one nips away from a similar length, similar speed. 145 kilometre, nips back, cuts him in two. 142 kilometres, nips away, manages to get the outside edge. Joshua De Silva coming forward, takes a good catch. Reward for Alzari Joseph. I think he's bowled beautifully this morning. Bairstow goes for naught. England in real trouble, 53 for 6.
Chris Wokes, good all-round cricketers, made important contributions with the bat. Will be called on to do so again here, or to try. If he's around for any point in time, you use the short ball against him.
Again, we've seen just that little outside edge from Johnny Bairstow. Does like to play out, does like to use his bat a lot when he first comes in. There's normally a gap between bat and pad. Johnny's been bowled more times than anybody that I know in top 6 international batting lineups. West Indies give him a chance to get off to a start in the first test match by bowling too short or too wide. Got him to leave it, get him to play, make a decision, and that's you get rewarded. Thing about Chris Wokes is he plays leg side. He's a leg side player. Spot on. Not a great player of the short ball, but he does steer leg side. So, yeah, the West Indies have got to be mindful. They've got to go that little bit closer. Middling off is probably the line to Chris Wokes.
Off the mark immediately.
Well done, Dad.
Couple of runs. They've got a short leg in. They've got the man under the lid. 4 Wokes at least, if not for Folks. I remember saying in Antigua when on that 4th day, and I'll not forget it. Remember I said Joseph bowled a spell that I thought was a template for him to take forward. Pace and control to Crawley and to Roach. And I wonder if the dividends will start being paid for that investment there.
Yeah, it was a long spell. I think he bowled 8 or 9 overs in a row, and England were trying to set up the declaration. It just seemed as though it got him into the series. It got him into the rhythm of the series, and I don't think he's got the rewards that he's had obviously today. But the one thing I've really enjoyed about him today, he's in the team to bowl fast. He's your fast bowler, and he's bowled fast. He's consistently going over 140 kilometers an hour, and on a surface like this, ball moving, he's looked very, very dangerous, and he's been rewarded for it. End of the 33rd, England 55 for 6.
You know, one of the things that both teams the challenges they'll face, and I'm not saying 55 for 6 is the only time we'll see this in the game. I think both teams will be challenged. The calibration of coming off 2 flat surfaces to batting on a surface here that is almost the polar opposite with lateral movement. It takes some time to get into it. The practice session yesterday, the West Indies had a day off after the flight from the last game. Only 4 guys practiced the first day. The whole team yesterday, the practice wickets were doing everything. Close. Sure, I saw the hand move. I thought I saw Joel Wilson's right hand move.
Just a little signal of maybe he's a little bit of bat. Just a little bit of bat. Brathwaite's decided not to go against it. But again, Kemo Roach, relentless this morning in and around that challenge and that off stump. Missed the bat, nipped back. Has it hit him just a touch high? Not going for the DRS. Umpire's call with only 1 review left.
Still want to see that short leg.
See here, just nips back. Oh, that looks close. Oh, wow, I didn't expect it to go that far over.
Come back a little.
Good decision by the umpire.
They need that. Umpires need that. They need those little confidence boosters, because too often when they get it wrong, and they have at times, just like everyone else, they're the focus of attention, negative attention. So those little things sort of reconfirm their confidence. And guys like Harmison saying it, even better. Don't give him that. Walks lives for that drive.
He naturally makes width for himself. Chris Woakes steers leg side the ball. Excellent cover drive. Square cut, back foot punch. These are the shots that Chris Woakes enjoys playing.
No.
60 for 6.
Stay fresh. Middle this way. Just a bit.
34 overs in. Things appear to have moved on. 60 for 6.
Middle.
Things still happening. Many things still happening out there.
Right arm over.
But mainly for the bowlers. What's good about this situation, which will bemuse some, is that at the start of a day before play starts, before the toss goes up, everyone is going, will it or won't it? Is it a bowling day? Is that grass going to do stuff? Is that pitch going to do stuff? Is it worth sticking them in? Is it going to crack up? What happens on day 4, day 5? 2.5 hours later, I'd have bowled. I'd have definitely bowled. I was always going to bowl.
No.
I think the truth is that Joe Root would also have opted to bowl first. Had he had the choice, he's had the choice in the previous 2 test matches. Failed to win the toss today. And he's now got to look at a scorecard that is very much against England. A fall of wickets, which, well, the last 3 all falling on 53 as well. So, if we must. Stokes miscues it. Straight back to Alzarri Joseph. Not quite immediately, but very soon after. That off-stump line does the trick for both left-hander and right-hander. So Lees and Bairstow gone in quick succession. All 3 going on the score at 53.
It's been an eventful post-lunch session, hasn't it? Some 3 wickets falling for just the 14 runs. And just like West Indies did in the first session so far, picking up 3 in the second.
We've seen a couple of very good setups today. Root was well set up early this morning. This is Alzarri Joseph to Johnny Bairstow. One cuts him in half. Comes back through on the inside edge. And the other one just goes slightly the other way, proving that it's not just, for instance, the gentle medium pace of Mayers that's virtually unplayable this afternoon, but even the quicker ball as well is causing problems. Every run absolutely precious, so these will go in the gold vault. .62 for 6. Apparently the practice wickets were doing very similar things last day or so, going absolutely everywhere, so maybe that would have prepared minds for what's been happening today as well. Maybe not. Maybe, of course, in practice you just want things to feel a lot easier, a lot better. You want to feel confident at the end of your practice, not lose it all. Well, the pressure, oh, that's interesting. That is an interesting grip. I want to see that one delivered. It's the Globetrotters. Tricks from the Globetrotters. So, Seals for Roach. Well, that's a good delivery. Full and straight. Just dug out at the last moment.
Yeah, some swings still on offer. That one, a bit of late movement from Jaden Seals. Outer portion of the bat. Didn't carry. Fell comfortably short of Jason Holder. But they've had some good scores in the first innings, England, in the previous 2 test matches. 311 followed by 507. This is a different challenge. West Indian bowlers having something to work with in the surface this time around. All 3 occasions England have batted first. And at 63 for 6, the West Indies well poised to restrict them for much lower than they have managed to on previous occasions.
That's nicely clipped away. It's going to be 4 runs as well. 4 very, very welcome runs. If there are opportunities like this, then obviously England needs to take them. That's just offline, off length. Nonetheless, very nicely clipped away by Ben Folkes. What's your feeling? Do you reckon, we know there are three things involved here today: pitch, bowling, batting. Combination of the three. What's the balance, do you think, between pitch, the bowling, and maybe every now and again we've seen some of the shots you say, okay, couldn't do much about that. We've seen one or two that were definitely loose.
I think it's a welcome respite for the bowlers. They haven't had anything going their way previously. It's in favor of them this time around. How much in favor of them? I don't think it's a 67 for 6 pitch. I still think it's a decent batting wicket, and it will get better in the coming sessions and perhaps in the coming day or two. But I certainly do think that it's more favorable to the bowlers. The scorecard reflects that, but certainly not as much as 67 for 6.
Yeah, I think I'd go along with that. Having had sort of the luxury for all batsmen, of course, the last 2 games, of batting on pitches where you weren't troubled by too much movement, suddenly it becomes a very sort of different story. Lots of different disciplines are required. Completely different attitude. But it has been a struggle. 67 for 6 now.
Just look at the first wicket, the first England wicket to fall, that of Zach Crawley. It was a gift of a wicket, really, wasn't it? Nothing short, did some of the hard work and then gave it away. And that really set things up for the West Indies.
Yeah, so often happens that way, doesn't it? One, well, the old cliche, one brings 2, in this case brings 6. Which is a slight exaggeration on the norm. Well, lots to talk about and discuss amongst the men that will not be taking any further part in this England first innings. Obviously lots to discuss about how they might fight their way back into this game as well. It's loose. That is loose. It's short and wide, yes, but if you're going to go after those, got to be much, much more committed to the shot.
Yeah, with the bat, Chris Woakes has had some decent scores in this series. 28 and 41 in previous test matches. A couple unbeaten knocks as well. So he's contributed with the bat, not so much with the ball. His primary function in the team.
Another one where, actually 2 things. One, it's the right line, but it's kept low just to add to the degree of difficulty. But that's exactly the line that has caused everyone problems today, because you get just that little bit of something. Have this conversation with Kurt earlier in the day. Just a little something off the seam and you're close to the outside edge. Too much and you're way away from it. But that was as much the bounce as anything else that confused Chris Woakes. And then you get one that goes through at chest height to the keeper.
And it also confuses fielders, doesn't it? Especially the slip cordon. Where is the optimal position to stand? You've seen a couple deliveries dying on its way through to the wicketkeeper, then a few deliveries going chest height. And so that variable bounce and uncertainty as to the carry not only plays on the batsman's mind, but also the fielders, particularly the slip fielders. Zari Joseph has mixed up his length quite nicely. That previous delivery, just catching Chris Wokes on the crease, perhaps expecting something short, trying to push him back and then bowl that fuller delivery, maybe bring that LBW into play.
One for the over, gentlemen.
Yeah, you're right to mention he has given contributions with the bat. That 41 in Barbados first innings, obviously a very, very good batting pitch. But it is the ball that he needs to make work for him. It's carried through as well, trying his best to get bat and ball, trying to get over the top, doesn't make contact. 67 for 6 now. I mean, the irony is, here he is battling away with the bat, with the score 6 down for 67, on a day where he'd have dreamed of bowling on a pitch like this in this series, having had the 2 flat ones to bowl on in the previous 2 games. Whether or not you pick up wickets, of course, is another matter, but it would have been at least a fillip to him as an opening bowler to have something to work with in the pitch. Remains to be seen how much is left in the pitch when he does get his chance. Can't complain about conditions around the ground here today. We had a sort of normal little bit of rain first thing this morning. There's been a couple of showers as we arrived at the ground, but it's cleared, it's blown away. Hot and humid out there today. And of course, if anyone is actually feeling the heat, then that, of course, is England.
David, this is an important test match, isn't it? Not only in the context of the series, stalemates in the previous 2, winner here will obviously take the series. For England, they haven't done so since 2004. Clean him up through and through. Jaden Seals just jacked back in, breaches the defenses of Ben Foakes, and another wicket for the West Indies.
Well, the wickets continue to fall then. This is a lovely piece of bowling though. Just comes back a little bit, just clips the top of middle stump. It's enough to beat that slightly tentative defence and find its way through, and a very cool celebration from Jaden Seals. That's 7 down now as Ben Foakes goes for 7, and it's 67 for 7. It seems that England batsmen are coming in thick and fast. Craig Overton, the next one to face the music, 67 for 7 now. And a career average of 16.7, not exactly what England need at this stage, but they need some sort of resilience, some sort of fight back, some sort of counter-attack if at all possible. That's well bowled by Seals. He's got that ball to come back in, angle back in, and just move a little bit at the end. Might just have got away with it if there'd been a bit more bounce from that length, but that has literally just clipped the top of middle stump on its way through. You can tell by the body language from Ben Foakes what he thought of that. So 4 balls left in the over. Craig Overton has 4 men behind him, plus the keeper. line of 4 slips. This evokes all sorts of memories from way back for West Indies fast bowlers. Got the short leg in as well. Come on, get another one in somewhere. Get another one in. It's well bowled. Really is a tentative push. I can hardly say even at the ball. It was, well, where is it? Where is it? I know it's out there somewhere. But it's a lovely delivery with that swing, that beautiful away swing.
Yeah, this is what he did really well in that previous over as well. Tried to bowl it full to get that outswinger. And then that delivery to get the wicket off Ben Foakes just nipped back in. So he showed tremendous skill, Jayden Seales.
Come back. Well, it's not played with any certainty. But Overton is off the mark anyway. Now, talking about Ben Foakes and this delivery back into him. It's beautifully delivered. If you take the original line, you'll see where it looks as though Foakes is actually playing inside the line. But when you're reacting to what you see off the pitch, already you've started to make that adjustment. And the fact that it's moved just enough to beat the adjustment as well. Not sure how switched on Craig Overton is at the moment, or what he's expecting or what he's hoping for. This is good bowling though from Seales. Got pace up at 133 consistently. He's brisk without being exactly fast, but he's getting this movement too.
Yeah, too good for Craig Overton, but nowhere close to that ball, so no chance of getting the edge. That's one way to play it.
Again, that's good bowling. That's a really, really good over from Seales. A wicket, just the 2 runs as well. 69 for 7. Well, the views behind are absolutely gorgeous. The view of the card isn't if you're an England player or an England fan. It's a lovely thing to behold if you're anything to do with the West Indies. Just a 1 man in double figures. Roach 0, Bairstow 0. And as a little gentle aside, it's the first time that Root and Bairstow have both gone for 0 in the same innings since 2018. Good line, good line, good length.
The scorecard almost bring back memories of that 2019 Barbados game when England was shot out for 77, I think it was. And 69 for 7 here in Grenada. First opportunity for the ball to dominate the bat. West Indian fast bowlers are quite enjoying it.
Ooh, it's found a way through the gap. 3 slips in a line, a sort of 5th slip. And that went through perfectly between 3rd and 5th.
And the other man at 3rd man, deep 3rd man, might have been better served being in that slip cordon. And the catching position might have been down there for that slash from Chris Woakes. We saw him play that shot, the last ball of the previous over, to a short ball from Zari Joseph. I was just mentioning the importance of this game, not only for the series and a result, but also for players. So there's that narrative within this contest. Someone like Chris Woakes, for example, and his lack of productivity with the ball in away games outside of England. You look at the West Indies team, John Campbell at the top of the order, and his lack of productivity, Shamar Brooks as well. So when you put everything together, it's a crucial game, not only in terms of the series results, but for individual players across both teams.
Yes, good point. Although everyone stresses it's a team game at all times, especially in interviews at the end of each and every day. The individual performances are there highlighted by the fact that there's something called a scorecard, and you can see exactly how well or badly people have done because of it. And of course the irony is now that Wokes would have far rather been bowling on this pitch today. He might well get his chance in the not too distant future. And the others you mentioned, Campbell and Brooks, well, they might not be fancying it in quite the same way. Well, that one has gone over the top, so they brought the third man into the ring. That was for Wokes that he was placed down there, but now it's Overton who is given that a bit of up and over, and it's raced away for 4.
Yeah, very wide and short, and through everything at it, did Craig Overton. Got enough bat on it to fly through that slip region to the vacant third man area. Don't think Alzari Joseph will be pleased with that.
Yeah, he might have been so pleased with that either. That was a better delivery. Once you work out that your better lines and lengths are fuller and straighter, then the odd one like this is the more excusable error, I would say, than the short and wide, which allows the shot that Overton played before. At least this one, you know that you're in with a chance if he misses, or you're in with the chance of still getting a wicket. Whereas the other one, if Alzari Joseph was angry about maybe the field placing, actually, I think he should be more angry about where he bowled the ball. More self-critical about that.
What do you think about having that man down there, David, that third man on the boundary, as opposed to in that slip cordon?
No mid on now. I would normally go the other way. Keep the man in the slips and bowl straight and full. 77 for 7.
Overboard.
I think the man in the deep is one of those weird ones where on a rare occasion, if you do give the batsman the chance, they might up and over it and find the man. Normally it misses, normally it is an absolute guessing game, whereas surely with a pitch that's helping you, you know your better option is always going to be a very, very different sort of length. Sub is on. Anderson Phillip. Jason Holler is the man who's just slipped off the field, maybe just briefly. Means there's a little less height in the slips cordon now. Oh, that was straight. That had to be hit. But again, same point. If you're bowling full and straight, right, we've seen from Searles he's getting this lovely movement largely away from the right-handers. So every now and again he'll try and sneak it back in. And if you're bowling full and straight, keeps the options open. I don't mind, or I wouldn't mind that so much if I was his captain.
This has been good bowling from the West Indies. Zari Joseph after lunch, given that ball, along with Kemar Roach and now Jaden Seals, they've all supported each other quite well. Brought into the attack a little bit belatedly. I'm sure in the back of his mind that's something that he would be thinking about. Kyle Mears given the ball ahead of him. Jaden Seals had 2 spells before he was introduced in there, but in the gap, Kemar Roach in pursuit. But again, that full delivery, just searching for something with that slip cordon, very well fortified.
He's actually managed to drag it, hasn't it, from just outside off stump, and he was moving away, was swinging just gently away from the right-hander. He managed to drag it through mid-on. See, this is the thing. This is one of the things that batsmen of both teams will be looking at, is this uneven bounce, which a lot of people were talking about before the start of the day. We've seen some go through to the keeper chest tight and go through very nicely. A lot of other ones have done this, which is basically scuttling. You can tell each and every time by the way a batsman shapes and reacts. That crouching follow through, as it were, that's the reaction of a man who's seen it go a lot lower than he was expecting. Yeah, it's going to go very quickly. Very fine for 4. Giving us byes.
Yeah, the moment he bowls that straighter line, looking for the outswinger, just continues to go with the angle. And a despairing dive from Joshua Da Silva. In vain in the end. Valuable runs nonetheless.
That's over, and that's drinks.
So 40 overs have been bowled on day 1 here in Grenada, halfway through this afternoon session. It's 85 for 7, and it's time for a Blue Waters drinks break.
Day 1, third Apex Test match, and the card for England is a sorry-looking one. Not so if you're a West Indies supporter. They have been quite magnificent after winning the toss and asking the visitors to bat first. First man to go was Zach Crawley. Carl Myers brought into the side, bowling his phantom medium paces, caused him to chip one to extra cover. Then the prize scalp of Joe Root. Also Myers, who bowled an extraordinary spell of 2 for none from 5 overs. Then it was Dan Lawrence's turn. LBW to Jaden Seals for 8. 46 for 3 was the score at lunchtime. Ben Stokes was the one to go straight after the break, caught and bowled by Alzari Joseph. Kemar Roach bowled an absolute beauty around the wicket to knock over Alex Lees, who top score with 31 so far. Johnny Bairstow seconding the batter to disappear for naught, second Yorkshireman to disappear for naught, and then Ben Folkes was bowled comprehensively by Alzari Joseph for 7. It's been all action.
Wait, no.
Apologies, final wicket on that run was Folkes bowled by Jaden Seals. He has 2 for 27. Indies bowling figures are all looking very healthy. Some happy seamers knocking around in that West Indies camp. Got a happy seamer next to me, Curtly Ambrose. That's a bit more like it, isn't it?
I'm quite sure all the West Indian seam bowlers are enjoying this moment, considering the first and second test matches played in Antigua and Barbados respectively had nothing for them. It was long, hard days in the field. And now they're doing a wonderful job on something with a bit of grass.
Nicely played. Chris Wokes has pinged a couple through the covers, one off front foot, another off back.
Slightly short and wide that time from Roach. And of course, Wokes cashed in. Runs are hard to come by, so anything loose, you got to cash in on. And he did that perfectly.
The interesting thing for me has been that, yes, we've got some live grass on the surface. Everyone was happy to see that. It's been a slightly indifferent bounce, the different paces at which the ballers either reach the batter or reach the keeper. Seen a little bit of up and down stuff. And that shouldn't change throughout the course of the test match. It's unlikely that that's going to improve. So we could have one of those classic Caribbean encounters where the runs are at a premium, scores are low, and whoever keeps their nerve at the end ends up winning the series.
At the moment, he's shaping up to be a good test match, even though it's still early days. But I reckon West Indies would want to bowling and out cheaply.
Well, they might be very disappointed if they don't from here. 89 for 7.
Overboard.
Not seen Carl Mayers since that opening spell before lunch. Might be just as well for the contest. Here he is. He did wander off the field, didn't he? Speculation there might be a tight hamstring or something, but they've not needed him since.
Probably saying to himself, you know what? You know, came into attack, got 2 quick wickets for you, start the slide. You guys take care of the rest.
Or maybe he just didn't want to embarrass the rest of the seamers. He's looking at them going, what have you been doing these last 2 test matches?
But it certainly is a good performance so far by all the seamers. They've utilized the surface quite well, bowled in good areas on a consistent basis, which is key. Forced the batsmen to play. Very few loose deliveries.
Yeah, I do think that it's this is the type of surface where it's criminal to run up and bowl long half volley or something short and wide. Because I think that the surface allows you to run up and hit a length or maybe just slightly back of a length. And with the difference that you get from the pace that the ball arrives, batters will find it very, very difficult to score runs, to make runs or to keep the scoreboard ticking over. And therefore, when something really does something, you're always in business. So your criminal balls for a seam bowling attack on a pitch like this is short and wide or long half volley, right? Neither of which you bowled many of, I seem to remember.
When I did bowl a long half volley, you guys were so deep in the crease, you failed to capitalize. Yeah, but for me personally, Butch, you know, I always kept things very simple. I just believe that the same way you have to work hard to get wickets, batsmen should work twice as hard to score runs. So I never want to give anything away quite too easy, because no batsman ever give me any easy wickets anyway. But I've always kept it very simple. Just losing his radar slightly here in the seals. A couple of deliveries down the leg side.
Yeah, he's perhaps, despite excellent figures of 2 for 28, hasn't quite been at his best in the innings so far, but that's highly understandable. Third back-to-back Test match. Through a lot of work in Barbados and Antigua. He's bound to be feeling the effects in the body.
And he's only 20, still developing. There's a lot of work.
Jason Holder likes it. But nobody else went with him.
10 seconds.
Not even the big man, former captain, can't persuade everybody that that was worth a look. 90 for 7. Seemed as though it was a long way away from everything. Not much happening there. Jason Holder may even have asked the nicest man in cricket, Chris Wokes, whether he hit it or not. Gone, bowled all over the place. Confusion on the face of Overton. Elation on the face of Kemar Roach.
That man, Kemar Roach, once again. You just can't keep him out of the game, can you? That one came back a long way. Breach the defense of Overton. And England slumped into further trouble. Overton is gone for 14. England struggling badly, 90 for 8.
Jack Leach in at number 10. Healthy average of 13.28, including the most famous one not out in English cricket. And he's out there because of this wide angle from Kemar Roach, but it nips back as well. Very little Craig Overton could do about that. And the ball is what? In its 43rd over, and it's still doing plenty.
Yes, I know. Came back a long way. Wasn't much you could have done.
Career best of 92 in Test match cricket for Jack Leach. Dug England out of a hole against Ireland in the first Test match between the two nations. 4-day match at Lord's on a green top. Tim Murtagh causing absolute havoc from the nursery end. Oh, no, pavilion end, forgive me. Well, you feel as though with both these batting lineups, there's the chance that you might get a collapse at some point. It was West Indies who had the choice at the toss. England would have done exactly the same thing on this spicy surface on the Spice Island. And in this game, which is a straight shootout for the inaugural edition of the Richards Botham Trophy, West Indies got their noses in front. But they've got to make runs on it too.
That is going to be the key. It's all good and well for bowling and out for a small total, but you must get runs on the board. First thing is to get past that England total, whatever it is, and get yourself a good, strong lead going into the second innings. England's second innings, that is. But still a long, long way to go, Butch. And this could be an interesting test match.
Certainly not as long a way to go as Antigua from here. In terms of hours played, I mean.
Or Barbados. Another great delivery from Kemar Roach. Good line, good length. Oh, just went past the outside edge.
Just banging away at that length. .90 for 8.
They're out in their numbers. Spectators, pan men, music in the background. And of course, why wouldn't they enjoy it? The West Indies are on a roll. As we see Jason Holder back into the attack.
Next up. Thank you. Say again. Sorry, is that leg? Thank you. Roger.
Beautifully bowled by Jason Holder. Good length, good line, extra bounce from the tall man. So there is still quite a bit of sea movement on the surface. Yeah, she's probably calling her friends, telling them how well West Indies are doing.
Get yourselves to the ground.
That's the Prime Minister on the left of the screen, Honourable Prime Minister Keith Mitchell, who loves his cricket with a passion, I can tell you that. So there's no surprise he's here.
Wasn't it by a prime ministerial decree that we've ended up with a pitch with a bit in it? Or was that just the director here? Grenada.
Back in his younger days, considered himself a big off spinner, and still fancies himself the Prime Minister. A few years ago, Butch, we played a game here, Prime Minister's 11 of Grenada versus the Prime Minister's 11 from Antigua. I was a part of it, so was Brian Lara. And the Prime Minister, Honourable Keith Mitchell, got Brian Lara stumped. And I can tell you, right, his celebration and everyone in the stadium getting the great man out. It was something. He said to me, "Oh, Curtly, I tell you about him off spin, you know, not easy to handle." But he's a good man, he loves his cricket.
Well, he's not the only one in the vicinity that's got Brian Lara in his pocket. 92 for 8. For 8. Lowest total for England against West Indies, 46. Great man, Mr. Ambos, was very instrumental in that. England now go level with their 6th lowest total against West Indies, 93 against West Indies in 1988. You playing that one?
I certainly did.
Middle.
Yeah, Old Trafford in 1988, I was there. I was also there in 1995, Edgbaston, and also 1994 in Trinidad. So I've been there quite a bit.
Pitch at Edgbaston in 95. Seem to remember that the first ball of the game disappearing over Junior Murray's head, one bounce into the sight screen, and you standing there going, "Oh, this could be fun."
Yes, because it was a strange looking pitch. You know, in the middle had a lot of grass and both ends were shaved. So I thought, well, I don't know what's going to happen. So I said to myself, first delivery, short, just to see what kind of response I got. And to my amazement, it flew over Junior Murray's head for 4.
Oh, shot. Chris Woakes given a bit of width again. Unerringly finds the extra cover fence.
certainly was a good shot. Slightly over-pitched by Kima Roach. He knows it. Forced a smile. And Chris Wokes really cashed in on that. Very good shot.
So the thing about that line that Kimo Roach bowls from wide of the crease is if the ball doesn't continue on in on the angle, nip back towards off stump, it's naturally a wide ball. That's what he's looking for.
And just to finish the story at Edgbaston, after the first delivery that flew over Junior Murray's head, I stood in the middle of the pitch looking at my good friend Mike Atherton, and I said to myself, this could be trouble. And then I got 2 quick wickets, and then guess what? I pulled up. And that was it for the rest of the test match. There is Mike Atherton. He probably was worried as well.
You know what he's doing at the moment? He's thinking about the speculation around who's going to be appointed director of cricket for England. All sorts of names are being bandied about. Our director, Mark Lynch, is in the frame, put his name forward. Terrific cricket brain he's got. Colleague Rob Key, his name has been mentioned in dispatches. Drilled at mid-on from Chris Stokes. No run though, 97 for 8.
Greg, you're still on bar. I'll go after. Ollie.
45 overs gone then. Yeah, over 8, down below 13 and out. You'd expect that, conditions such as these. Jack Leach peels off a beauty through extra cover. Brings up the 100.
And a big cheer from the England supporters. Over-pitched delivery from Jason Holder, wide of off stump as well. And that was a good shot. Well, he's got the top score of 92, the Leach, so I reckon he can bat a bit.
He sure can. And hang about if need be, but also has 1 or 2 pleasing strokes. Yeah, saved England's blushes in that test match against Ireland at Lord's. Mark Adair and Tim Murtagh had decimated England's top order. Stuck around for that 22 in the drawn Ashes test match, the only one that didn't go the way of Australia down there in Sydney. And of course, the one that doesn't make the list, the one not out. Headingley, 2019.
that one not out you spoke about, was that the game at Headingley when Stokes made a brilliant 135, I think it was?
Yeah, absolutely right. Played an absolute blinder against Cummins and Lyon and all.
It was a magnificent innings. And that's him there, Ben Stokes. What a wonderful cricketer he is. Prize asset to England cricket.
Yeah, that partnership in just over 10 overs. England required 70 thereabouts to win the match. Jack Leach last man in. Ben Stokes just went on the most extraordinary assault.
Headingley seems to be happy hunting ground for the all-rounders. I remember Ian Botham as well. Got a big 100 against Australia. Could have been 81 maybe. 1981. And against Australia as well.
Nicely played by Jack Leach. 101 for 8.
For 8, 46 overs bowled. Cut away from the rainforests of Grenada back to the green grass of the National Stadium here on the edge of St George's. It's time for more Alzari Joseph, who was left late to be introduced into the attack earlier today, but nonetheless has picked up a couple for 20. I suppose the question has to be asked, what's a good score here? It's just an easy one to start with.
Easy one to start with, yeah. I think after the first hour you were thinking, right, if England can get somewhere near 175, 200, that could be in the game, the way the ball was moving around. But now England will be happy with 130, 140, just to give them something in the game.
Got a man out in the deep. Seems slightly counterintuitive given the scorecard.
Sorry, Joe.
This keeps it down to 1. I suppose, yes, if you take whatever you can from these situations if you're the batting side, and then hope that there's still something or enough left in the pitch to give you a chance to bowl your way back into contention.
Yeah, I don't think there's any doubt that a batsman never feel comfortable on this surface. The ball every now and again just leaps off a length, or it's kept a bit low. The sideways movement on it has been pretty big sometimes. So you think the bowlers that England have got, a lot of talk of possibly playing Parkinson, but once everybody's seen the wicket, that was going to go out the window. England have got seam bowlers in their team.
Inside edge. Yeah, they've certainly got the bowling attack that would have enjoyed, as we know from hindsight, bowling today. On the assumption they actually bowl well. It's always the prerequisite. So yeah, from now on in, it's a question as to how close you can keep the first inning scores, how much you can keep yourself in contention, and what the pitch will do over the next couple of days. Let's put it this way, the first couple of games, we might have been wondering what the pitch might be doing on day 5. Let's not worry about that quite so much here.
No, I don't think we'll be worrying about the day 5 pitch. I can't see it flattening too much out. Kids are way back to school.
Yeah, a little offline to finish with. 102 for 8. There are some precarious vantage points just above the ground, but that's the nature of the terrain round here. Gorgeous rainforests covering most of the island. So 102 for 8. Sort of the attempt to just eke out as many runs as possible continues for England. And that'll help the cause. It's clipped away very nicely indeed. Long chase here across the outfield from deep mid-wicket, and some great footwork.
Yeah, they've gone a little bit fuller to Chris Woakes, and seen so far on this tour, the short ball has caused Chris Woakes a lot of trouble, and naturally he gives himself width to open up the offside. He stays leg side of the ball. A few times now West Indian bowlers have over pitched and they've tried to go a bit straight. They've gone into the leg side, and Chris Woakes has climbed into it, and he's played a nice innings here where anything on offer he's really capitalised on the few scoring shots that are available, trying to eke out as many runs as he possibly can.
Yes, that temptation to strive, isn't it, for the next wicket. 2 to go for West Indies to wrap up this England first innings.
It's also going to be the challenge when England come out to bowl, that they don't go chasing, they don't go searching. Stick to the disciplines that they've got, know that there is a ball with batsman's name on it. They keep putting it in the right area. That's what the West Indies have done in this innings. Made sure that England can't get away from them. Tight lines in and around that off stump, and then when the pitch does its magic, you're always there or thereabouts with a chance, and that's something England will have to put the scoreboard out the back of their mind and just hit areas.
Is it just me? It just seems to have gone a bit quiet for a little while here.
West Indies have gone searching a little bit. They've gone that little bit fuller. They've gone a few short balls at Leach and Woakes, but again, it's sticking to that discipline of in and around that business area where the ball's doing it from, in and around that top of off stump. And sometimes with the tailenders come in, you can bowl them balls and they're not good enough to hit them, which frustrates you as a bowler.
Beautifully defended. Yeah, it didn't come over the top, for those wondering whether or not that could have been smashed to the boundary. Actually, there is a change in the laws coming up, isn't there, to do with this? MCC announced some changes which take effect from October the 1st. But yeah, you can't, I'm sorry, you guys. Nice though it would be to see. Go on, Jet, you can. Smack it, son. It's just offline again here, Jason. A sort of slump of the shoulders actually after he delivered it. Not entirely happy with himself here, as well he might be. Little flick of the bat as it goes past. That's what the umpire said anyway.
It's frustration for Holder. It's gone a bit too straight. Running from behind the umpire. Yeah, I was just wondering, he's changed his angle. He's standing right behind the umpires. He's now going over the wicket.
Leg by to finish the over, 110 for 8.
Long 2 minutes now.
Well, for a long while, it was just the one score into double figures. Alex Lee's at the top of the order. Wokes has joined him. Overton joined him. Leach has now joined him as well. And the ball will have gone just that bit softer, won't it, as well? 48 overs old now. So that's another factor as we get into the late afternoon. But there is still something happening out there.
There is. There's still encouragement for the bowler, and that's, I was just saying before, just West Indies bowlers chasing it, searching. I wouldn't say lost their way in the last couple of overs. If you bowl in and around that sort of good length, in and around off stump, fourth stump, there is something happening. There is something encouragement for bowlers, and that will encourage the England dressing room as well.
Yes, I don't have enough of a crystal ball to know exactly what's going to happen, say, tomorrow morning or for the rest of the day here today, first of all. That's the most important thing. But say tomorrow, whether things will flatten out a little bit as ground dries out, pitch maybe dries out a bit more. I think there's likely to be certain uneven bounce throughout, from what we know. Just to amplify that point, there we go. One suddenly goes through at head height to the keeper.
I just wonder if, obviously we haven't been out there since the start of play, and there was a bit damp. There was a bit of dampness on the surface, and yes, that's going to dry because the sun's been out all day, but whether there's any indentations, and if there's a little indentations in the surface, what you're going to get is, we know in and around that off stump, either side, there's something happening. It's seaming, but if there is any indentations, it might just be taken off the sort of upper parts, and that's why it's going in the air.
A look of wonder.
It's a drop catch.
I'm just wondering whether it was squeezed or dropped. That's the thing. Yeah, it is a drop.
A drop catch, Kyle Myers. Interesting day for Kyle Myers. Comes in the side, bowls 5 overs. Alzari Joseph will have been disappointed he didn't come on before Kyle Myers. 5 overs, 2 for naught. Again, something happening outside off stump. Again, challenging from a good length. That is a good length.
You know, I asked you about 5 minutes ago, do you think it's gone quiet? Is it just me? I think I've just got the answer. This over's done everything.
From a bowler's point of view, it's hard. It is. Natural reaction is to strive that little bit harder because the tail-ender batsmen are not good enough to hit it. You end up bowling 2 full. 49 overs gone, 110 for 8.
Quick look at the partnerships today. If some of these pairings justify the term. That's always the thing, isn't it? When you have a day like this, partnership sounds like too long a word to describe these. Well, checking out the pairings. Roach has had as good a day as anyone in terms of surviving into, so far, 3 partnerships. Oh, has he got that? And has he hit it on the way through? Well, the answer to the first is yes, I think he has. And no, I don't think he has in the first place. Seems that West Indies understood all that as well, even if no one else did.
Again, it's just nipped back. Very close to the gloves of Chris Wokes. But again, there is something happening, but just striving for just too much to happen from a West Indian bowler's point of view.
Sliced away through that gap just to the right of cover. It's unusual actually for Holder, because normally speaking you'd rely upon him just to hit the length. Yeah, that's what he's very, very good at, be it 5-day cricket, 1-day cricket, red or white ball, he hits the length. And he's just struggling for consistency here.
He has, but when it's done it big. It has, and it hasn't looked awful, but it's done too much. And as a bowler, you don't want it to do too much because the batsmen get nowhere near it. But as a unit, the West Indies have been fantastic. The captain put pressure on them at the toss and said, we believe that we can bowl England out for under 150, under 180. It's a huge amount of pressure on your bowling side. No spinner. And the bowlers have backed him up. The surface has helped.
Well, the gamble, of course, when you pick a side without a spinner on a pitch which looks as though it'll do something for the seamers, is whether or not you get the sort of results that West Indies actually have indeed got today. They've done exactly what they wanted, kept chipping away, kept taking wickets. Lots now depends how they bat in their first innings as well as to what they need later on in the game. I have to say that most of the time we would all, I think, like to see a spinner in the side. Because if you have a game, even if it starts helpful, but if you get the roller on, the sun comes out, if a pitch flattens and you've got no other varieties to go to, then that's when your spinner, should come into play. England, of course, have got Leach. Pamal there has been left out after 2 mixed performances. Had his moments. He was inconsistent, though. $113 for 8. Well, Chris Wokes is still battling away out there. 24 runs from 41 balls. Been batting now for just short of an hour and a half. Trying to do what he can to repair some of the damage rather to this England first innings. Ups and downs of Alzarri Joseph. Late into the attack today, 2 wickets followed. He bowled that last over where everything seemed to be happening suddenly for him again, and proving there's still something very much left in the pitch. Even this ball now, the wrong side of 50 overs. And it's just the consistency he needs. It's found a way through. It's a bit of a can opener.
The thing that I've enjoyed about Alzarri Joseph today is he's bowled fast. He's the team's fast man. He's the one that the captain is looking for to bowl quickly. And again, ball's just doing too much. It's just doing too much, going straight through. I thought spell earlier in the day produced a couple of wickets, and he consistently hit 143, 145.
Yeah, that one that sort of sliced through, cut him wide open, as we say. It's just too short, really. That's the only other thing. You know, if you've got a pitch that's doing things for you, simple rule normally is if you pitch it too short, it's going to do too much. Whether it slices through people, looks good, but doesn't get him out. Then misses the outside edge by a foot, looks good, doesn't get him out. Which is why we always say, from the comfort of a commentary box and years of sitting on our back ends watching, that just push it up, push it up.
It used to annoy me when Peterson used to come out all the time. You know, he's the best fast bowler in the world, Kev, along with being the best batsman in the world. But he'd come up to you, just bowl at the stumps, and it was like you try to say to him, yeah, it's easier said than done. And no, I was saying this with all due respect, because even Curtly said it a couple of days ago, and the back end of the Barbados Test match. It's easier said than done to get it up there to the stumps, because when tailenders are on strike, and the point you're making is, yes, he bowled too short. That's a bit full, it nips back and hits the stumps. But trying to bowl at the stumps when you're bowling at tailenders and you're used to bowling that channel and in and around fourth stump, often I would say to Peterson or whoever that would tell you, one of the batsmen, bowl at the stumps. I was like, well, if I bowl at the stumps at you, you'd hit me through mid-wicket. I'm used to bowling fourth channel, that sort of area. So it's not as easy as it is just bowl at the stumps.
Two things. I'll shut up. And Jack Leach, he's done well there with the glasses, hasn't he? Had them cleaned and polished. That's nice. And a bit of cooperation. He's getting them back on again. That's a major operation.
Okay.
114 for 8. Well, we have a change of style with the attack. Nkrumah Bonner, magnificent test bowling average of 72. That one wicket the other day.
Can I just get two, please? Thanks.
Right now. Go in, Bonds. Keep that foot behind the line.
Well, you never know. You never know.
Keep that foot behind the line, bud.
Check that. Thanks.
At least it gives us a little opportunity to see if this pitch is turning as well.
Spinny, spin, spin. Spinny, spin, spin, spin. Oh, yes, Bonner.
Gently.
Gently, yeah. But it's interesting that I was watching Jack Leach this morning bowl on the pitch,
Working, Bonds.
bowl on the surface just to the left of where we're playing, and the amount of turn he was and bounce he was getting off them surfaces this morning.
Oh, yes, Bonner.
Would suggest that this one will turn. I think these pitches on the pitch on the left, what, 2-3 days old, so you'd expect it to have a little bit of turn. But the Seamans look the most dangerous so far.
Ball, Figo. Ball bonds, very well, ball bonds. No sweat came out. Not a drop of sweat, we'll see. No sweat came out of that. Sure about that? Very. That's it, Brookie.
Yeah, gently rolled leg breaks, just gripping ever so slightly.
Oh, Ibana. Very well, ball bonds. Very well, ball bonds. On, Craigie.
Loopy full toss, just patted away, not smashed. 114 for 8. I'm not sure we learnt much from that. It was just the pre-tee. Let's have a quick look.
Yeah, let's have a token look at a little bit of spin, and it was a little bit of spin. I think we're going to have another look at a token gesture of an over before tee. We got a little bit of off spin.
Well, we've had the token over from Bonner, followed now by this token over from Blackwood. Can you call this mystery spin on the grounds that I'm not quite sure what it's going to produce?
Yeah, both of them. Both of them have got mystery spin. One's averaging 80, one's averaging 78. Yeah, I want to know where Kyle Mayers has gone. Oh, 5 overs, 2 for none, and hasn't been seen since.
He did go off the field. It could be a...
Go, Dad.
He could have done something. Could be that hamstring, you know. We'll find out.
Oh, Jesus Christ, not a catch.
Nicely bowled.
Craig. 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 Oi.
Jack Leach will be saying to himself, having battled through for the last, what, 45 minutes, don't get out to him. Whatever you do, just don't get out to him.
Little straighter. Oi. Get it up, Dad. Make him come forward, Dad.
I think he'd be guaranteed thinking that he's not going to bowl 94 overs in on this pitch.
Nor's Blackwood.
Yes!
Oh, my word. Oh, the old stretch forward just turns past the outside edge there.
I think he hit his pad. Bat his pad. I think bat his pad.
Noise, which I think they're discussing actually around the stumps. A little noise which might well have been, I think, De Silva saying maybe bat and pad close together, but it gets past the outside edge.
Catch it.
And that's what's known as...
Working, Dad. Bring
I'll be
him forward.
kind.
See
Just a
what
bit
happens
too
when you bring
short.
him forward, Dad. See what happens, Dad.
Just talk about Mayers, by the way. We've heard the physios are not concerned about any injuries, even though he went off for treatment. That's the lower, flatter, wider, quicker one to finish. And England will go to tea now. 114 for 8 after 53 overs, so the over 8 is down from West Indies, but West Indies will be less concerned about that than they are happy to have taken those wickets again. 5 in the session, 68 for 5 in this afternoon session, so 8 in the day, 114 for 8 the total. And so winning the toss for West Indies today has turned out to be a very, very good thing indeed. Asking him to bat first likewise. Conditions have certainly helped the seam bowlers throughout. even though we saw those 2 token overs of spin just before this tea break here at just after 2:40 local time. So that's the card for England. Top score of the day, Alex Lee's 31, a series of single-figure scores to follow before Chris Wokes not out 25, Overton's 14, Leach not out 10. But England way below what we think will be par, but as yet we're not quite sure what par might be. That's the scorecard at tea, 114 for 8.
And the bowlers, Kyle Mayers, 2 for 0, the 5 overs. Not seen him again since he got Joe Root. 2 each for Roach and Seals, bowled very well. So did Alzari Joseph.
Yeah, sort of the pitch where if you're a pace bowler or a medium pace bowler and you get your lines and your lengths right, you'll be thinking, yes, there'll be wickets to follow. And of course, they need just the 2 more to go to wrap it up. Okay, let's go downstairs. Mark Butcher is with Jaden Seals.
Jaden, thanks for speaking with us. That's a bit more fun to bowl on, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. It has a bit of grass, a bit of movement in it for the bowlers.
Was there any sort of different mindset from you this morning when you took that new ball, or is it very similar to what's gone before?
No, honestly, I think it was just about us sticking to our plans from the first 2 test matches. I think we bowled pretty well. So it's about containing the batsmen and forcing them to play as much balls as possible, because it was a bit of movement out there for us.
Do you think that now the ball is, what, 50-odd overs old, do you feel as though some of the spite has gone out of it, it's not moving quite so much, or do you think that it'll be like that regardless of how new the ball is?
Yeah, I think a bit of the movement has gone a bit, but it's about us sticking to our plans and getting back to where we got the wickets and just try and get these last 2 wickets and go inside and relax.
Have any of the batters sort of spoken to you about, you know, what's been happening out there?
No, not really, no.
No, they're just waiting on you to take those last 2 wickets.
Yeah.
Okay, Jay, thanks for speaking with us. Take care.
Thanks.
Oh yeah, the fast bowler's ambition. Take the last couple of wickets, get inside, relax, hand it to the batters. But bowlers have done a very, very good job so far today. Okay, 114 for 8. It is tea time. We'll take a break and we'll be reviewing things straight after that.
Sun is out in all its glory here over St. George's, Grenada. England being put into bat this morning have progressed to 114 for 8. Chris Woakes is still there, 25 to him, 10 to Jack Leach. A top score so far, 31 from Alex Lees. 6 batsmen failed to get to double figures. 2 wickets apiece for Mears, Alzari Joseph, Jaden Seals and Kemar Roach. It's a pitch that's done a bit. It was 67 for 7 at one point, but since then 47 runs have been added for the loss of a solitary wicket in this ongoing partnership. Have things eased up in the sunshine? Let's head out to the middle and join Samuel Badgery to find out.
Quite a lot of sunshine and quite a strong breeze as well. West Indies got a lot of movement in that pre-lunch session. Post-lunch, there was some lateral movement as well. They picked up 5 wickets in quite quick succession. But in the last half an hour or so, it seems as though the pitch settled down quite nicely. And the reason for that, twofold. One, the ball got a little bit older and the pitch has dried up quite significantly. I was curious to see whether or not there'd be any indentations from that moisture in that pre-lunch session, but interestingly, there aren't any indentations. The pitch is quite dry. It seems to be flattening out quite nicely, and I think the batsmen will enjoy it. Testament to that is that partnership between Jack Leach and Chris Woakes, the highest in the innings so far. The West Indian batsmen, they might like what they're seeing here now. Seems to be coming through quite nicely. Not much lateral movement, not particularly harmful anyway. So it remains to be seen how they'll play later on as this game progresses.
Samuel Badgery, Sir Curtly Ambrose, and the only smart one amongst us is Mark Butcher without a jacket on. He's very clued in, Mark. He never misses a thing. Curtly, let me start with you. 5 wickets falling in that middle session. How much of that is due to bowling or batsmanship?
I think it was due to some very consistent bowling from all the seamers from the West Indies. They bowled consistently in good areas. They asked questions, they challenged the batsmen many occasions. So I think that it was a combination of some very, very good bowling, and England just can't seem to score the kind of runs they would love. But I think it's down to the pitch, which is very helpful, and some very good consistent bowling.
Mark?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think West Indies did exactly what they were supposed to do on a surface such as this, which just keep banging away on a decent length on off stump, and you make the batters play. There was some lateral movement. There's been a little bit of inconsistency in how the ball has arrived at batters, I think. Sometimes it's come off a little bit slowly and stayed low. Other times it's flown through to the keeper. But one thing with this England batting lineup is that when they get in a situation whereby wickets are falling and things start to tumble, they find it unbelievably difficult to stop that momentum. The amount of big collapses, or the amount of large clusters of wickets that fall in this England batting lineup, going over 2 or 3 years now, it's alarming how often it happens when a bowling side gets on top of them. Look, both teams wanted to bowl first. We knew there was going to be some movement. The interesting thing for me is what happens when England get the new ball, because my feeling is, given the way that the pitch looks and the cracks on it, that both teams will do the same thing while the ball is new. At the moment we're at, 50 odd overs old, and some of the spite has gone out of the Duke. I think that it will still continue to do stuff when England get their chance to have a bowl this evening.
Yeah, especially while the ball is new. All throughout this series we've heard the teams talking about previous pitches being new ball pitches, but there's still some work to do, Curtly, for the West Indies with the ball after tea. Any suggestions as to how they can go about prizing out the last couple of wickets?
Well, it's very simple. You've got to continue to do the things that you've done in both sessions to get 8 wickets. Sometimes when you get to the last 2, you tend to lose the focus, drift away from the team plan, and maybe try too hard to get those 2 wickets. So it's important that they stay true to what they believe in. They've gotten 8 wickets, bowled in a particular way. They're going to continue to do that and look at those 2 wickets as quickly as possible.
Have we learned anything, Mark, from what we've seen in the previous 2 sessions as to how batsmen should go about scoring on this surface?
Look, I think there are going to be deliveries whereby you get a good one and you end up nicking off. I don't think that there's any disgrace in that. I think what you've got to do really as a batting lineup is really force the bowling lineup to earn all 10 of them. You know, if you're giving away freebies, you're going after deliveries or short wide ones or chipping balls to cover, you're not making the opposition work as hard as they need to take wickets, because it should be the sort of surface where you blow teams away, because it's too slow. You know, that it's slow off the surface. So if you're willing to go out there and bat plenty of time, think Craig Brathwaite, and make your runs in that fashion, then you will be able to chisel out team scores out there. It won't be pretty, but that's how you do it.
We haven't seen Kyle Mayers, I think, since the morning session in terms of with ball in hand. Could he be a factor to have another spell after tea?
Well, he went off the field after his 5-over spell. I saw him stretching his hamstring a little bit, so I'm not so sure if maybe there's tightness, and because the other seamers are doing so well, maybe the captain decides, you know what, we probably don't need you at this point. If there's any little doubt, leave it until next innings maybe or whatever. So we're not so sure, but I think that the other seamers are doing well, and it's just for them now to continue and pick up those 2 wickets without trying too many things.
It'd be amazing if this innings concludes and he has figures of 5 overs, 5 maidens, 2 wickets for no runs, wouldn't it?
Well, you take those, you put them in your pocket and say thank you so very much. I'll keep those on my averages for the rest of my career. But no, I mean, look, if it comes down to it, throw the ball to him. It might just be that he draws the batters out. You know, you put a ring field in the offside and sort of get him to bowl those foolish deliveries. The odd one stops, you chip one to cover. Thanks very much, off you go. But the interesting thing, again, I suppose, is that they've tried a little bit with Chris Woakes in the short ball. I don't think they've quite got it in the right place. So if they're going to persist with that, then really go for it. Go all in, or not at all, if you see what I mean, when it comes to bowling that sort of stuff on this surface.
And we won't know it. The old adage about us not really knowing or fully assessing a pitch until both teams have batted on it stands even truer on this surface.
Most certainly, because of course this morning and even the middle session, the ball seemed to be seaming around a lot, which the fast bowlers enjoyed. Now, it seemed to me that it's more difficult when the ball is new. So England has to bowl on it with a new ball. So it's left to be seen how West Indies cope. So even though West Indies are in a strong position, they can't take it for granted and figure small total maybe. It's going to be easy. It's not going to be easy.
Yeah, you sort of ask the question, what's the upper limit of the West Indies batting? All of that is ahead of us. Thank you very much, Sir Kirtley. Thank you very much, Mark Butcher. Sun beating down on us here at the National Stadium. Short break. On the other side, we will have live action from the final session, day 1.
Beautiful Grenada, the host of this third and final test match in the Apex series, West Indies versus England. We're at a stalemate so far, neither team managing to win. Beautiful images of this magnificent facility. We've had 2 sessions on the first day so far completed. And we're into that final period on day 1. Alex Lees, the top scorer so far, made 31. Chris Wokes, unbeaten on 25. Leach, unbeaten on 10. Their partnership, the highest of the innings so far, worth 24. The bowlers for the West Indies, all of the fast bowlers, the seamers, have gotten 2 wickets apiece, apart from Jason Holder. And just a solitary over each for Bonner and Blackwood. And Jaden Seals will resume post tea. Jack Leach might just have forgotten something important. Had to trek back to maintain his eyesight, one would assume. So he's all good now, he's all smiles. But this pair has provided some resistance. Haven't seen any sort of resistance from the England batting lineup so far. How much further can they take this innings? Just about set for live action post T. Jaden Seals it will be. Wanted a single, Jack Leach, sent back by Wokes. Interestingly, Steve Hamilton alongside me, I had a look at the pitch during that tea interval, and I was looking for those indentations because of that moisture this morning that you spoke about. Didn't really seem to have any that will cause problems a little bit later on. The pitch has dried out quite nicely as well.
Yeah, it looks as though it has dried out, but it's still in and around the top of off stump, around that sort of 5 metre mark. It looks as though it's still doing a bit, doing enough to encourage the bowlers.
Clean them up. Jaden Seals, immediately after tea, picks up another wicket. The wicket of Chris Wokes, breaches his defenses once again.
He really has deserved this, Jaden Seals. Throughout this series, he's bowled beautifully, the young man. He really has come of age. Hardly any first-class experience under his belt. He's hit test game and hit the ground running and hit the stumps of Chris Wokes. And resistance just going there. 25, Chris Wokes, England 114 for 9.
Leach and Mahmood, the new batsman. And look at his first-class career best of 34. And this is the reason he's here. An excellent delivery from Jaden Seals, full. Some movement into the right-hander and cleans him up. He's worked diligently throughout this first day so far, Jaden Seals. He's gotten the rewards. That's his 3rd wicket in the innings. 3 for 28 now. And the young man continues to impress. And that's exactly why he should play in this test match, Steve.
Yeah, just to get about, that was exactly what I was going to say, Samuel Badri. There's a lot of question marks whether the boy should play in this test match, and I think we were all of the opinion that he should. I think Sir Kirtley, myself and yourself were saying about the not much cricket coming after this for the West Indies, how impressive this young man's been. how durable he's looked as well. And I think because of that, I think that's why he had to carry on picking him and playing him. He really has come to the party for the West Indies.
He just tried to bowl that one full and straight, didn't he? Well played in the end by Saqib Mahmood.
I thought, if anything, in the early part of the day, he tried a little bit too hard. I thought his action, he was coming out of his action a little bit. Maybe there's a little bit of fatigue where, the legs are telling you one thing, but the top half of your body's just going a bit too fast for the rest of your body. And I think he had that this morning, but he's calmed down since and hit some great areas.
West Indies have picked up wickets quite early after the interval. And after lunch, they picked up 5 wickets quite quickly, and then immediately after tea in the second delivery. And they'll want to finish things off now. What a start to this test match. Ask for some action, we're getting it. Beaten all ends up, what a delivery. And some words to go with it. 114 for 9. That full length once again, and some away movement. Too good for Saqib Mahmood. Final 2 batsmen for England, Leach and Mahmood.
He's coming right down road.
Zari Joseph from the Dabo end. Picked up a couple of wickets already. Steve Hamilton, a pleasant surprise, isn't it? Based on what we've seen in the previous 2 test matches. I know it might not be pleasant for you with this scorecard, but at least we're seeing some action.
I'm a bowler, Samuel. I am an England fan. I'm desperate for England to do well, but I'm a bowler, and I like to see bowlers, when they were given surfaces to bowl on, do what they do well, and that's hit good areas. Unfortunately for Zari Joseph, that wasn't a good area. Short and wide, outside off stump. Jack Leach just jumped on it, but I think you've got to marvel in the areas that the West Indies have bowled. They really have bowled fantastically well. They've stuck to their lengths nicely, and then when the surface has done the work for them, I think there's a few England batsmen could be looking at their dismissals and thinking, I could have done more. And I think there's quite a few that really have been done by good bowling on a good pitch.
Quick single, West Indies wouldn't mind that. Brings Saqib Mahmood on strike, and they've bolstered their batting lineup, the West Indies. They've brought in Kyle Mayers more for his batting than his bowling. And he probably slotting in that number 6 position means that Jason Holder might be 7, Joshua Da Silva 8, Zari Joseph 9. And so at least from that standpoint, they'll think that they're in a good position, if not a commanding and strong position.
You'd say that about England as well. Wokes at 8 and Overton at 9. And their first-class batting record are very, very good. So both teams have gone in with a very, very strong batting unit. But when you've got a surface like this, batsmen don't really feel as though they can get in on. Sometimes as a bowler, you put the ball in a good area and you let the pitch do the work, and that's what the West Indies have done very, very well. So the challenge from England is to try and come out and do the same, but it's always hard a second time round because of the scoreboard pressure that you're under. Straight away, you look at the scoreboard, you've been bowled out for 125, 130. You feel as though, as a bowler, you've got to maybe risk it going a bit fuller, or you try and try things too much. And you can find yourself quickly, without really knowing, in a blink of an eye, and especially with something like John Campbell in the opposition side. West Indies could be 40 for none, and all of a sudden they're aware and the game's out your reach. So England will be mindful of the disciplines that the West Indies have had in their first innings. From a bowling point of view, and England will have to do the same.
Cautiously played. 117 for 9. Winner take all in this final test match. Nothing separates these two teams at this stage. Jayden Seales to continue. Good short delivery, good aggression from Seales. I'm just looking at the wickets that have fallen, Steve, and the lengths that have been successful on this pitch. Generally, that full and good length, those are the sort of areas on a surface like this.
Yeah, they've challenged the stumps. The two short balls, the two in the blue area, the short ball area, was the shortest one is Ben Stokes' pull. The one a little bit fuller is that both Alzari Joseph wickets, the outside edge, the ball before cut him in two, and the rest are challenging the stumps. Good aggression again, good aggression from Jayden Seales. Just had a word with Leach and Mahmood at the end of that last over, and whether that's a little bit of a hang-up from Barbados. Something was said in Barbados. Jayden's got a word for his young counterpart at the end of that over, and he looks as though he's going to take his aggression out on Jack Leach as well. Very, very good. Aggressive bowling at England's tail.
Yeah, you can hear the buzz of excitement in the crowd. You can hear the noise, the banter, the support. And this is what they've come to see. They've come to see the West Indian bowlers and take it to the English batsmen, the home crowd that is, the local fans, and they've got exactly that. Just sense that buzz of excitement. It's quite palpable. But Fuller, a play and a miss, so he's pushed him back a couple deliveries, and then he bowled that one full, feet nowhere, just a wide waft.
Good fast bowling from Jayden Seales, good fast bowling. A bouncer that makes the tail end batsman have to sway and duck, take evasive action. Then the floated one, the one that's up there.
Edged over the top. Just a couple. Good bowling from Jayden Seales.
So again, just a little bit of width, trying to get the Jack Leach on the back foot. Jack's going to throw his hands at anything that's on offer from a width point of view. It's short, it's wide. England really feel as though that's where they score. Full balls, the full areas where Seales has got to get to.
Two runs from that over, 119 for 9. Lots of single-digit scores from the England top order, and just one double-digit in the top 7. Joseph continues to be the quickest bowler on show, getting it up to the mid 140s, high 140s at times. Quite aggressive. I think this is the best he's bowled in this series to date. Much greater control. Off the mark, Mahmood.
He had a false start when it comes to wickets in Test cricket. A wicket with a no ball in Barbados, but 9 balls into his Test match innings. That's his first run. Again, it was a good area from Alzari Joseph. He really has bowled with pace, with aggression, but also with skill as well. And 2 for 26 off 14.2. Again, good aggression. Talking about giving bowlers a wicket to bowl on. We've been crying out for it. Tiga, Barbados, well, West Indies have got that. And boy, have they performed. Again, short ball, not getting up. Inconsistency of bounce. Jack Leach is expecting that to come round about his shoulder. In and around helmet area, short ball. Another encouraging sign from an English bowler's point of view that there is still something life, there's something in this pitch.
He's been less erratic in this innings. Started off with a few wayward deliveries down the leg side, I think, in his first over. One went to the boundary for 4 byes. But since then, he's had much greater control. Really hits the deck quite hard. And shows that aggression and good direction. Picked up 2 crucial wickets as well. Kept out by Mahmood, but you can just see what he's trying to do. He's pushing them back and then looking to bowl full. Has a leg slip, 3 slips and a gully as well. Forward short leg. Good attacking feel. Another play and a miss. And just a brace in that over. 1-2-1 for 9. Jaden Seals the standout so far, 3 for 30. Craig Brathwaite and John Campbell will have to think about batting and their approach. Might just be in the back of their minds at the moment. 1 wicket to get. and John Campbell in particular, hasn't had the best return to international cricket. Came back into this Test series against England on the back of a century in first-class cricket and some good performances for Jamaica. Hasn't quite managed to replicate that sort of form. And not only the scores, Steve, the manner of dismissals is the cause of concern.
Yeah, but he might have the best outlook on this surface. The man that goes there goes and be positive. Shown so far in these sort of 57.5 overs that there is a ball with your name on it. Sometimes on wickets like this, the guy that's the most positive gets in better positions, and also carries a little bit of luck, throws his bat at it, and he can put a hole in the total quickly, and all of a sudden he plays a knock of, say, between sort of 35 and 45, which puts his team where you would think put your team in an advanced position at the end of first innings.
His positive approach might just be what's needed from West Indian standpoint, like you're alluding to. Get off to a flyer and put his team in a good position to set things up. And for his sake and for all of his fans who want to get a good score, just to polish things off. Jack Leach continues to be resolute and resilient. And a marathon bowling effort in that last test. What, 95 overs in that game? Quite a bit in the first test as well.
But he doesn't bowl 95 overs in this game. He might not even bowl 9.5 overs in this game.
It's over.
123 for 9.
Larry, don't forget to go upstairs here, see?
National Stadium in Grenada. We've seen quite a good crowd, local crowd, in and amongst the foreign travelers. You can just hear them bellowing their support for the West Indian fast bowlers. Joseph to continue. The sun beam him down in the uncovered areas. And of course, there are covered areas across the stands. School children in. Much prefer being here than at school, that's for sure. Yeah, wonderful culture. A bit of a mix of everything here in Grenada. All of the costumes, the decorations, the glitz, the glamour, all part of the experience.
It is good to see the kids in now. It is. It's great to see kids in and boys will be boys. I'm not sure what they're playing there. Rock, paper, scissors, yeah. Yep, he's getting a slap as well. Yeah, go on there, give him Will. But it's great to see the kids in. Always want to promote the game the best we possibly can.
Solid shot from Saqib Mahmood. We'll get a couple at least. Yeah, just two. Good confident push.
But Alzara Joseph shouldn't be discouraged by that shot. He's bowled two good bounces. That's not a bad area. We want the English batsmen to play in shots like that. Big gap between bat and pad. Seen on this surface in and around that area. Any deviation slips, all the stumps are in game. It's not to panic, not to get carried away. It's about saying to the tail end batsman, I'm going to put another one in that area, can you keep it out?
By just making sure that everything is okay with the wicket. Zari Joseph will be trying to castle the stumps. Patriotism on display. West Indian shirt, Grenada flag, and of course Bob Marley. Everything is covered there. True West Indian. Playing a miss. 1-2-5 for 9.
Queensar.
Partnership has lasted 34 balls so far, worth 11 runs. Quick single. Just there in the end. So this partnership, Steve, just worth 12 runs. But I can assure you it feels much more than that as a bowler when you're bowling to 10 and 11.
It does, it really does. It can deflate you, panic a little bit. There's a little bit of panic sets in. All of a sudden the full balls, the short balls, gone away from what's stood the bowlers in good stead over the course of the last 50 overs, which was in and around the top of the stumps. Pitch do the work, and it can be frustrating because you feel as though you're bowling good balls, but obviously numbers 9, 10, and 11, they tend to play and miss.
Some early wickets for the West Indies. This one was a bit of a gift from Zach Crawley, driving on the up. And then the big fish, Joe Root, that man Kyle Mears, picking up those 2 wickets. And then Dan Lawrence being a judge, LBW, Jaden Seals. And that was his first.
In the next 3, Ben Stokes gone for the short ball. 2 balls early, tried to hit it through extra cover off the back foot. This time he's gone cross-batted. Alex Lee's got a beauty from Kemar Roach, set up perfectly again. And Johnny Bairstow, ball before, cut him in 2 from the same length, nipped away, found the outside edge of the England batsman.
That was 6 down, and then Ben Foulkes cleaned up by Jaden Seals, a bit of an in-ducker. Kemar Roach cleans up Overton, similar type delivery. And then Jaden Seals knocks over Chris Wokes. Quite a few times the bowlers have hit the stumps today. Seen some good skills on display, both swing and seam. Just a message to someone back home. In the air, but in the gap. Will be a couple. 128 for 9.
The 60 over is England 128 for 9. 60 over is Poland 128 for 9. We have a change of bowling from the northern end. Tailender takes up the action from the northern end. And we are going to spectators in the members stand. If you see a string wallet, please give it to one of the security officials. Or wallet, wrong wallet. If you see a wrong wallet wrong, please give it to one of the security officials in the members stand.
Change of bowler, Jack. Right arm round.
5 overs, 5 maidens, 2 wickets. For Kyle Mayer started the initial rot this morning. Picking up Crawley and then Root. It's been a while since he's turned his arm over.
Certainly has been 2 good sessions for the West Indies. Kept picking up wickets. Only 1 wicket away from dismissing England for small total. Can Kyle Mayers do it?
Right arm over.
Mahmood showing the commitment right down to the very back end of the batting order. All modern teams cherished that sort of commitment. No one at short leg for him, though. Bounced in front of Jason Holder. Writhing in pain.
Those are always difficult to take when the ball just falls short of you. Thick edge, but just short of Jason Holder. Hit him probably on the wrist area, and that's painful.
And for however long this innings goes on, and let's assume this falls today and these two don't go through, it'll be a stretch to say they'll bat out the rest of the day. It'll be a tricky batting period for the West Indies if and when that happens. Little short sessions, periods of batting. Finally, we had runs off Myers bowling in this over. 130 for 9. Roach replaces Seals.
He's having a good time. And why wouldn't he? West Indies are doing extremely well. Draped in the Grenada national flag.
There still is movement out there, but I think the movement in the morning session and the first hour after lunch was more appreciable than we're seeing now with the older ball, 62 overs into the innings. Understandably, some of the moisture is dried out of the surface. Still movement there, though. But as you can see, with one or two shots in the last hour and a half, I suppose, batting is slightly less challenging than initially.
That could be the challenge when West Indies finally get a chance to bat that new ball. Even with those flat surfaces in Barbados and Antigua, the new ball has always been a challenge. And on this pitch, there's a bit of grass and a little more assistance for the bowlers. It's going to be a challenge for the West Indies opening batsmen. Even though it's getting a little bit easier, it's still going to be a challenge with a new hard ball. So it's going to be important that Craig Brathwaite, the captain, and John Campbell try to survive whatever time is left in this game when they get a chance to bat.
Yeah, I think it'll be fascinating to see how they go, whether guys trust their defense or whether they try to reapply pressure at different points in time to the bowling group. Campbell has had starts, but his form has just fallen away. Well played by Saqib Mahmood. 1-3-2 for 9. At times earlier in May's career, the ball served more a purpose for him than the bat. I think things all turned around. In 2018, he was training with the first-class franchise, the Windward Islands Volcano, and injures his ankle badly. Had to do his rehab and really came back in 2019 and had an excellent season, over 600 runs. And bowls less frequently now because of that ankle injury. But when he does bowl, he bowls effectively simply because he bowls a very good length and knows when to keep his seam upright and when to scramble it, when to wobble it. And if there's any little assistance in the surface, he's shown the inclination to extract.
So don't waste time. It's not working.
One, Jaden. Thank you. Appreciate it.
West Indies would love to finish the England innings. Both Mahmood and Leach trying to eke out every single one possible.
Top class shot, more chasing for Joseph. Should be at least 2, maybe 3. Is 3.
Keep working, Dapper.
I was kind of put off by the bird, the frigate bird that almost hit our drone. Apparently they say it's a 6-foot wingspan. Outstanding view as well.
Just gliding across. Partnership of 22 valuable runs for England between Leach and Mahmood.
Yeah, I think I'd go beyond that. It was 67 for 7. So the last couple of wickets have added nearly 70 runs. It has to be a combination of the ball getting softer, the pitch easing out just a little bit. It's by no means flat, and the new ball will tell a different story when that is taken, when the West Indies bat. But certainly the lower order have put in a good stint. 136 for 9.
Roach!
Six single-digit scores beyond Lee's at the top, and then Wokes, Overton, now Leach and Mahmood getting into double figures. In the context of the innings, a good little reset at the end. Jason Holder. Really like someone to Mahmood who's getting comfortably behind the ball for Brathwaite to give it some hustle, set maybe a short leg, get someone in at square leg and change up the length to him. Just make him think about other things apart from just that lovely defensive shot and a couple of pushes.
I have to agree with you there, Bish. Get a short leg in position. Try a couple of short ones to him. See how well he can cope. Because just bowling on a good length, and he's just playing defensively, he's under no pressure whatsoever. One might argue Jason Holder not express pace, but he's tall enough to get it up to chest and head high.
Yeah, and I think as a lower order batsman, some would say Tailender, I prefer the euphemism of lower order batsman, because as you can see with Mahmood and so many others, they work hard on their batting in the modern game. Impressively so. Just a close-in fielder sort of gets into the mind of guys at the back end of the innings as to what might come. And if he wants to play the pull shot, fine. The short ball may not get him out. It may be something to disturb his footwork.
It's a little too easy at the moment. Well, I suppose the guys are quite content in bowling the way they are bowling at the moment. But back in our day, Bish, you know, obviously we try to get the 9, 10 and jack, as they call it, then out. And if they stick around a little bit too long for our liking, then of course we bowl a couple of short ones. We haven't seen that much from the West Indies, but you got to unsettle these, as you say, these lower order batsmen.
Short ball attempted and executed. 136 for 9.
change of bowler. Jack is coming right arm round to you.
Kima Roach. Single taken.
Good, bud. Oh,
both Leach and Mahmood kind of frustrating the West Indian bowlers. They've bowled well, worked hard to dismiss 9 of the England batters and find it a little more difficult to get this last wicket, albeit it's into the 65th over. Boys a little bit older. Coach Phil Simmons looking on patiently.
This is England's longest 10th wicket partnership since 2014, where Anderson and Root faced 53.2 overs against India at Trent Bridge. "68 deliveries, 23 runs and counting."
Kima Roach has put in a lot of work in the first and second test matches on some placid surfaces. He must be feeling a little bit exhausted at this time into his 14th over.
137 for 9.
John!
Third and final test match of this Apex series, 4th test match ever played here in Grenada, the National Stadium, previously called the Queen's Park Stadium. Population of 112 on this lovely Spice Isle. 112,000, and that goes away for 4.
Welcome runs for England. Good delivery, squeeze past the third slip. Takes the partnership to 27, which is also the highest partnership of this innings, 27, which tells you the struggles that England are going through.
Yeah, I think Brathwaite, who's left the field, is getting some advice, and they've got to be a little bit more innovative right now. Maybe get someone in front, particularly of Mahmood. Get someone in his face. Maybe go again to one of your part-timers. We saw Blackwood and Bonner bowling just before tea. So there are other options that you can go to if nothing happens in this over. If. ...102 minutes at the crease for Jack Leach so far. Saqib Mahmood 6 minutes short of an hour's batting.
Good bouncer from Jason Holder. Well played in the end by Jack Leach. Would love to see a few more of those just to unsettle the batsman a little bit.
Yeah, I'd be inclined to have a short leg though, because you use that short ball. If he stands and tries to defend and gloves it, there's no one in the vicinity unless it goes to slip. .141 for 9. Roach.
Certainly is looking a lot easier for both Mahmood and Leach. This is over number 67 in progress. Roach and company looking a little bit fatigued and hoping to get this last wicket.
The one adjustment they've made is just in the short cover area. John Campbell has gone in a little bit closer. I think he could even push himself in just a little bit further. A couple of drives have been punched in the air from Saqib Mahmood in that area. Almost close to him, that's what I mean. Get him in a little bit closer.
you called it, Bish, and it almost worked. Fell agonizingly short of John Campbell. Look at that. Couple of yards closer would have been an easy catch.
Yeah, he's got defenders behind him if it's hit past him. So force Saqib to hit the ball past you with that short cover, but just get yourself in tight. You're not in danger if you take 3 or 4 strides in, and you might be able to stay low and snatch something that is hit marginally in the air, because there are men protecting you at point, extra cover and mid-off.
I'm just wondering, Bish, if maybe Captain Craig Brathwaite should at least bring a spinner in the attack, maybe himself, or Nkrumah Bonner with his leg ease, or Jeremy Blackwood that we've seen bowling over also before the break, just to entice both batsmen to go over the top.
Worth a try. 141 still for 9.
Wonderful images of the waterfall. So many natural beauties here in Grenada. The Spice Isle, as it's commonly and fondly known as, but a magnificent and wonderful spot. Natural beauty, warm and friendly people, and wonderful cuisine as well. It's been a wonderful partnership from these two. For England, it's with 27 now. Highest partnership of the innings so far. Continue to frustrate the West Indian bowlers, fielders, as well as the West Indian public. Jason Holder still trying to get his first wicket. Only one of the specialist bowlers not to do so in this inning so far. David Gower belatedly joins me. David, a good partnership between these two?
There must be a bit of jet lag or something. Yeah, it's a long journey from next door. I'm so sorry. Yes, I can only apologise. I was so excited, so poised for this moment as well. What's happening?
Well, what's happening is staunch resistance from numbers 10 and 11. West Indies trying to find a way to separate these two and to come inside and have this man continue his trade.
Well, yeah. If he's in the same mood again. Oh no, then just it's very explicit, isn't it? I'm sure plenty would agree too. It reflects a tweet I saw this morning when things were starting to go wrong. And someone was looking at this green pitch thinking, oh, fantastic. If we can win the toss and we get Jimmy and Stewart let loose on... Oh yeah, they're not there. Yeah. No. The interesting thing will be, of course, when England do bowl on this, we all know this, see what they get out of it. Now that, most of the day or a great part of the day is gone, things look a little quieter, but still definitely something there. You can imagine with a brand new ball, of course, things will be even more different. Nonetheless, this is a sizable recovery, given the circumstances, given the scorecard earlier. I remember saying at the start of the day, if you're going to stick someone in, your ambition is to bowl them out for 150, say, no more than 200. Well, the 150 is obviously still possibly on. $141 for 9 still. When I was thinking about that remark, a couple of hours ago, well, 100 would have been a good score. Strange looking scorecard, but 141 for 9, a vast improvement on earlier events. Now this is the man that did the early damage almost from nowhere. Crawley's first test match of the series for him, preferred to the slow left arm spinner Pamal. His first spell was 5 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for none. Job done. That was the shot actually that brought the first wicket. If you cast your mind back to Zach Crawley driving a little bit more on the up than this one, but driving straight to extra cover. At that stage it was a very easy game for Crawley. Followed it with the wicket of Joe Root, always a big prize.
Yeah, he's certainly grown in confidence, hasn't he? Saki Mahmood, 50 deliveries now he's faced for his 12. And this, of course, is his first runs in Test match cricket. Hasn't had the opportunity in that previous test where he made his debut. But looks quite solid, along with Jack Leach. And you can see the England captain and opening batsmen all set, all ready to go on the field. They're anticipating any moment now for this final wicket to fall. But it's been quite good. Partnership now, 91 balls they've resisted.
Mayer's day hasn't been 100%. Leach was on 10 when this happened. I thought it might have been a squeeze at the time, but pitch outside edge, Mayer's at first slip, never really got a hand on it. Wasn't quite a squeeze, just a guide. The juggle, nowhere near, nowhere near. Just to repeat, Leach on 10 at the time. At that stage, when the drop fell to the ground, it was 110 for 8.
Yeah, we saw Joe Root taking a catch off a rebound in that last test. It might have been of Jermaine Blackwood or Shamar Brooks, I think it was. On that occasion, Kyle Mayers didn't juggle it close enough for any of the other fielders close by to assist him. Whipped away. Straight to the fielder. A confident shot from Mahmood for no run. 1 for 1 for 9.
Yeah, the weird thing with Mayer is it just seemed to hit him rather more than at least the Crawley one. The Crawley to Roach assist. Crawley saw it. It was flying pretty quickly towards it, so it wasn't quite quick enough for the hands, but was able to palm it up. Another go. The second attempt got it up again, and Roach just casually wandered around, caught it, and claimed the catch. Whereas this one it just hit him. And once it does that, you've got no real second chance at all. Well, this last wicket partnership proving resistant and frustrating for the West Indies. Only 27 runs, the context of the day, that's quite a lot. 27 runs, 94 balls. We've seen this so many times in this series. The ball has been thrown to the umpires just on the off chance that they deem it to be out of shape. So you get something else to operate with. It does seem these Dukes of the Caribbean do seem to go soft and relatively useless as the overs roll by, more so than the Duke back in the UK. There are two options for Holder, West Indies. One is just to get a wicket with the old ball anyway, or you wait 11 overs just under for the second new ball.
I think they'll be hoping for the former. Yeah, 11 overs or 10 overs and 5 balls, still a long way away for that second new ball. Jason Holder still trying to get his first. Has the pitch gotten any easier, David, or do you think because the ball has gotten softer, older, it's not moving as much? Or is it just good batting from these two?
Well, actually, that's the reverse of the question we asked earlier when wickets were tumbling. Is it the pitch? Is it the bowling? Is it the batting? When it was all three. And again, I think it's all three, to be honest. I think they have batted well this last wicket partnership. They've shown resilience, but I think the ball has probably gone soft. I think the pitch has probably dried out a bit. What I want, actually, in a curious way, what I want to watch next is the next new ball. Whichever side has it in their hands, whether this partnership continues till 80 overs and it's West Indies, or whether they're bowled out and it's England and their new ball bowlers. I want to see what happens next. I mean, people looking at the pitch this morning suggested there was a sort of little bit of moisture around, a little bit tacky was the word used at one stage before play. So one would assume things would have dried out a bit through the day. That applies to the surface itself, the grass that's on top. Inevitably, you do get, we've seen in every pitch, with or without grass, that ball will go soft. That's a lovely shot. That is a top shot. Just a little saunter down the pitch after he'd struck it from Jack Leach. And the smile that says, was that me?
He certainly enjoyed that one. He played an extra cover drive a few overs ago off the bowling of Jason Holder. It was the shot of the day then. And this one now eclipses that one. Firm push, confident push. And the same result.
Well, we've seen Jack, bat long times before. Sometimes for very few runs, once for quite a lot of runs, 92. And once he gets in, he goes from being a sort of slightly diffident tail ender to a proper batsman. And that was the shot of a proper batsman. Even the one that followed, little dab, you'd sort of see that from a number 4, number 5.
Yeah, he's moved into the 30s now, top score in the innings so far. That from Alex Lees, he might surpass that. Not very often you see a number 10 batsman top scoring in the innings. 146 for 9, and it's time now for a Blue Waters drinks break.
Coco, thank you. So the sights of Grenada, a gorgeous island here. Plenty of sailing going on. Big marinas, big harbours. Monkeys just having a gentle rest. Plotting their next escapade. Very, very verdant island, very fertile. The cocoa beans go into the chocolate that's made here, amongst other things. Marketplaces. Delightful little town, St George's. Waterfront town, and it's a very, very welcoming place. Welcoming unless you're England batsman, for at least today. It's been a day where, just to summarise, West Indies winning the toss, Brathwaite saying, yes, you guys can bat first. And it was a move that certainly worked for West Indies. Early strikes. First couple of strikes from Carl Mayers, but it's been by and large a very, very good bowling performance on a pitch that's helped the ball throughout the day. Resistance coming down the order. The only man in the top order, Alex Lees, to get into double figures, but down the order, Wokes 25, Overton 14. Leach now on 30, Mahmood now on 12. This partnership now 32. So earlier on in the day, it looked like the sort of medium pace of Carl Mayers was pretty much the pace that was most efficient. Just kissing the surface, getting movement off the surface, getting the lines and the lengths absolutely right. Wickets in the end have been shared around. But at the moment, we are seeing less movement, both in the air and off the pitch. And again, that would suggest to me not just the pitch itself and conditions, but the ball itself is relevant to that. So time will tell on that front. Leach on the up, trying to find a way through what is a packed offside field.
It's a 7-2 field, very fortified in that extra cover region. Two short, close infielders for anything that's driven uppishly. Protection behind them. And a slip on a sort of straight gully. It seems as though he wants the ball outside off stump, fuller length, and ask Jack Leach to drive. If he's confident enough to drive along the ground and to take those fielders on, maybe it stops in the surface.
Yeah, driving on the up, you've got to be sure of your timing. That one is just missed, actually. It was the perfect opportunity. It was so full. Just to guide it away just behind square. That's more of a nibble. That's just a... Yeah, Jack Leach decides, or knew instantly, actually, what he'd done wrong there. Being drawn into one that was just a little bit too wide. But there is that bit of shape there. Firmly struck. Very firmly struck. Ow. Just shrug it off. West Indies captain very much in the firing line there. Seems to be recovering quickly.
A courageous stop from Captain Craig. Quite close and hit firmly, like you mentioned. Got to him quite quickly. His left hand, he seems to be okay, which is good news for West Indies. Good news for all of their fans. New bowler and Nkrumah Bonner. Just a 1 over before tea. Fancies himself as a leg spinner. Of course, the West Indies, no specialist spinner in their lineup. No Versami Pumol. Kyle Mayers replaced him. Has a bat pad, has a slip. Nkrumah Bonner bowled quite a few no balls in that test in Antigua when he bowled a few overs. And that's something that might be looked upon.
Wait. Johnny, go.
That's good fielding.
Beautiful, Johnny. Well done, Johnny. Keep going, Bonds. Work in, Bonds.
Now, this strategy has worked before, hasn't it, David? Particularly with Dan Lawrence and set batsmen. Sometimes when you've done all the hard work, you just tend to relax against the lesser established bowlers. Just like that.
Well, the inside edge won't take it down to the boundary as such. But it did one thing and one thing alone. It saved the ball going through to the gloves for the stumping. So the charge. Mahmood on the charge. Couldn't resist. There's a little bit of bounce, isn't there?
And Jack Leach might be enthused by that. And that's one of the weapons of a spinner, isn't it? The bounce. Of course, the drift, and if he can get some turn off the surface. All of these facets work in favor of the spinners. And he might just have a crucial role to play.
Yeah, but a slow turn as well. I mean, what they all want, what Jack Leach, for instance, would want is the bounce, yes, but quicker turn.
as and when he gets his chance. 149 for 9. Well, the two of them looking suitably casual at the moment. The old hand on hip, lean on the bat stance. The stance of great batsmen around the world. And a partnership which proudly, just trying to make sure I'm right here, is the best of the innings. Just didn't seem right, you know, but it has been right. They've done really well, these two, actually, just to stretch this England first innings. Oh, he's put it down. He's put it down at full stretch. John Campbell, who feels in the slips, he feels in the covers, feels anywhere, to be honest, but he was at full stretch here.
Yeah, well fortified offside, similar to what they had for Jack Leach. Goes for it, hits it in the air, just to the right of John Campbell. Had it once, had it twice, didn't have it the third time, and in the end, grasped the opportunity. Should have been taken. This time, he's absolutely walloped this one over wide long on for a massive 6. The first of the innings. What a way to respond, Saqib Mahmood.
Well, it brings up the 150, something that seemed way beyond England an hour or two ago. And it has travelled some distance into the gap there. In fact, straight towards the ambulance. Well, that ball could be heading for casualty any moment now. For a major operation. Well, that's a good comeback, actually. Very good comeback from Mayers. He's not quick, we know that. He's medium pace. 126, but the Yorker length nearly finding a way through, but from nowhere. Mahmood has gone from dogged test match resistance to IPL style aggression. That's it, keep an eye on the ball at all times. Or a lens. Ooh, the slow, loopy full toss, miscued.
I just told David that that was Mahmood's first 6 in first-class cricket. And what a way to bring that up in this test match, a low-scoring affair, confident strike. Moves on to 22.
Hang on a sec, he'll be claiming all-rounder status soon. Always the dangerous thing.
You're absolutely right. He might just be asking for a promotion in the second innings. He can't go ahead of Jack Leach. So perhaps both of them would leapfrog someone else.
It sounds like Overton's position at number 9 is under pressure.
Overboard.
156 for 9. I mean, the problem is when you have a stand like this and, you know, the number 11 smacking it for 6, whatever happens now, the temptation to go back in the rooms when this last wicket falls, look at someone like Joe Root or Johnny Bairstow and say, I don't know why you struggled today. Well, it looks like West Indies and Craig Brathwaite are chopping and changing. It's almost like a one-day game now. Just because 1-6 has been hit.
chopping and changing to find a way of both stopping the scoring and taking this last wicket that they need to see fall. 156 for 9. It's been 9 for a long time now, for 88 minutes. Hang on. It's another sign of a proper batsman, you see. Have to go and see the sergeant when he gets back.
Yeah, committed a felony. But you asked a few overs ago, David, as to what the plan is. They have 2 options. They may be just looking to wait for that second new ball now. Just getting in these overs. Craig Brathwaite with his spin and Nkrumah Bonner, make sure that no runs are scored, and then take that second new ball. Still some 6 overs away.
He must be the slowest bowler in Test cricket. He's a little bit offline there. Seal's making a bit of a mess of it. What's he done? What's he done? What's he done?
2 runs there. Yeah, if that's right.
He made a little bit of a mess of that, did Jayden Seales. He seems to be shrugging it off. Whatever it is that's got tweaked there, he's shrugging it off as best he can.
Yeah, never good to see that for any player, much less a young, promising fast bowler like Jayden Seales.
Oh, well bowled, ball. Ball, Craigie.
Yeah, just that last moment there, sliding that right ankle.
Working, ball. Keep going, boys. Come on, boys.
Was losing his footing.
It's not out.
Going, ball. Working, ball.
Well, it's not uncharacteristic of Craig, is it? He is the slowest batsman in Test cricket. Why not take the slowest bowler as well?
Oh, Craigie.
Has he written his book yet? Living life in the slow lane.
Going, Craigie. Working, Craigie. Oh, fuck.
Oh, dear.
I can't see.
Again, Brathwaite is way offline. Unbelievably, it's got enough pace to reach the boundary. Rolls its way down to the boundary, having beaten the bats, having beaten the gloves. Welcome runs for England. It's 162 for 9.
Nkrumah Bonner being given a chance from the Dabo Hills end. Frustrating for the West Indies, but England will take this wonderful partnership of 48.
Catch it. Going, Bonds. Working, Bonds. Keep going, Bonds. Going, boys. Working, boys.
West Indies have banked on using their seamers and getting England out cheaply in the first innings. No specialist spinner, just part-time spin. So this is a critical phase of the game, Steve Harmison.
It is. It's been a wonderful hour for England. Leach Mahmood and Jack Leach frustrating the West Indies.
Catch it.
Too short from Bonner. Partnership 49, 126 valuable balls for England. 90 for 8. West Indies thinking, this is the surface we've asked for, this is the surface we've wanted. Captains put pressure on the bowlers, bowlers have delivered. And this partnership is...
Leachy has to go up.
Is it bringing England back into the game? Well, what overs left in the day, I don't think we'll get all 15.3 in. But England coming out tonight with maybe 10 overs.
Oh, yes, Mana.
Potentially couldn't get any better for England. The partnership, the 10th wicket partnership has been huge. And then if they do get a crack at the West Indies tonight with a new ball, fading light, take a couple of wickets with them, and all of a sudden England might be back in the game.
Working, Crooms. Keep going, Crooms. Oh, Bona. Ball, Bonds.
163 for 9.
Overboard.
$15 overs for Roach and Seals, 14 for Holder, and 10 to Mears. Alzari Joseph has bowled more than anyone else. Brathwaite. The other critical phase could be the second new ball, which will be due in under 5 overs time. You don't want to wait until then to pick up the wicket. I'm sure they're not sitting back thinking that.
Oh, yes, Craigie. Working, Craigie. Working, Bo. Keep going, Bo. Oh, hit, Zari.
50 partnership comes up for the 10th wicket between Leach and Mahmood. It's been a good restoration of the shambles that existed before.
Appreciated by the whole team. They're dressed in white, being ready to take the field. 133 balls. The partnership has been, when everything else has fallen around them, West Indies put the ball in good areas, were given a few wickets, but this partnership has been resolute, it's been disciplined. And have waited for the West Indies just to panic a little bit.
Catch. Oh, well ball, Craigie. Going, Craigie. Working, Craigie. Ball, Craigie. Keep going, Craigie. Working, Craigie. Keep going, boys. Working, boys.
Oh. 164 for 9. Leach, the more significant scorer in the partnership.
I am so terrible. I'm terrible. I am the worst keeper in the whole entire universe.
Joshua Da Silva saying he's the worst keeper in the world.
Oi, well bowled, Bonner. Come on, Bonds. Oh. Working bonds. Come on, Zari! Sorry!
Can sense the frustration growing and growing. And there must be a recognition from the West Indies, because England know what they have to do. They have to stretch this as much as possible. These two have done it well. Series potentially on the line. Dig into your resources. Nobody really wants to chase it. Seals finally gets through the gears.
A bizarre bit of cricket in the last two balls. Frustration from the West Indies fielders towards two bowlers who have put a lot of effort into getting England 168 for 9. Alzari Joseph ball watching twice in the last sort of 10 balls. And there, Jaden Seals expecting it to go for 4, and he's ended up having to chase it, sprawl and dive to last-ditch stop the boundary, which he did very, very well.
Oh, get it.
168 for 9. Two drawn matches at Antigua and Barbados prior to this one here in Grenada. I think everyone hoping for a result here. Everyone who's watched this series will be hoping one team or the other gets some sort of positive result. Brathwaite.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Well, I do feel as though the West Indies in the last 4 or 5 overs they've let this game drift to looking at the second new ball. And 10 overs ago, you're thinking, when people were mentioning the second new ball, it's madness. You've got a team really behind the 8 ball in a contest. Got to go for the throat. Got to go for the throat. West Indies haven't done that.
Oh, get there, Johnny.
They really haven't. They've been lackadaisical. They've been ball watching in the field.
Go in, ball working, ball.
I'm sure Phil Simmons is not happy with what he's seen across the last 75 minutes.
Oh, yes, Craigie.
Yeah. Again, I stress this series potentially is on the line if one team can get a W in their favor at the end of this test match.
Catch it, catch it. Now, Zari.
And I know it's been a long, hard series, so guys perhaps are wearing in the heat, but you have got to dig in and lift your game when you've got a team, the opposition, in trouble. Heading towards the end of day one, got to get some enthusiasm in your play.
Yeah, and it might be the sign of where these two teams are at, that they haven't won many cricket matches in recent times. They haven't been able to get over that line and get that W. It's going to be 4 more welcome runs to England. Craig Brathwaite, anguish cry, deserves to as well, because that's a poor ball down leg side. Only one fielder behind square, out on the deep fence, and again, they've let England back into this. They really have. 90 for 8. 90 for 8. And the West Indies have let England back into this contest.
Catch it, Brookie, Brookie!
Hands going everywhere, double teapots everywhere. 174 for 9.
Go in, Bonds. Middle. Work in, Bonds. Keep going, Bonds. Go in, Bonner. Work in, Bonner. Catch it. Goal, Bonner. Keep going, Bonds. Work in, Bonds. Work in, Bonner. Keep going, Bonner. Working, Bonds.
Lot to ponder for Craig Brathwaite, watching Jack Leach go about his job. Jack Leach has faced 114 balls in this innings, and he's done everything simple. Defended the ball on the stumps, scored off things that were there to be hit, really sort of disciplined. And
oh, jeez, Bonner, well bowled, boy.
yeah, Joshua De Silva, I think he had a point talking about himself not long ago. It has been a long series for him. Ball goes straight through and misses everything. 4 more hugely valuable runs here for England.
I ain't see it. Yeah.
180 for 9. Excellent from Leach and Mahmood, partnership 66. Good commitment.
Oh.
Some of the body language from the West Indians, I have to say, is disappointing. The intensity levels have drooped and dropped. Second new ball becomes available after this over is completed.
Look around the field and mention the body language. There's nobody really loosening up, nobody feel as though going to take the game by the scruff of the neck and grab it for the West Indies and finish it tonight. This minute in time, England look very, very comfortable. We're talking about a number 10 and a number 11. The wheels have really come off for the West Indies, whether it's tiredness.
Good up, hit upper.
But fair play to Jack Leach, Saki Mahmood. They've taken what's on offer, they've been brave, they've took a few blows. They've played for their off stump. And the West Indies have they've waited for it to happen. I don't think you watch them with a new ball early on, first sort of session and a half, the West Indies made it happen. But in the last hour and a half, it's been all England. End of the 80th over, 182 for 9.
The second new ball has been taken. You have to be able to lift yourself as a fielding and bowling group for this with the last pair at the crease. Three slips, a gully, and a ringed offside field. I think we get a good indication, even though there are weary legs and tired shoulders out there now, we'll get a better sense now of how the new ball reacts off this much drier surface.
Yeah, that'll be what the England opening bowlers, Overton and Wokes, will be looking at this minute in time. What areas, what lengths to be looking to bowl, whether there's any movement off the surface, movement in the air. Didn't really swing for the first 8, 9, 10 overs. It was all seam movement and inconsistent bounce when Roach and it was more Jason Holder at the start of the Test match. It'll be intriguing to see if there is lavish movement like there was this morning, whether it has just dried out and it's a lot better surface. A little bit of shape. 2 balls now, a little bit of shape back in towards Saqib Mahmood. Didn't really seam back. Imagine the seam position will be looking as though it's in towards the off stump of Saqib Mahmood, a little bit off the surface, but I said there's not been really too much swing with these brand new Duke balls. There's definitely something there. Ball nipped back. Roach. It's 2 now, gone back on towards sort of 4th stump. And that's the area England will be challenging when they come out. 9.2 overs left. You lose 2 plus the over that you're in. So the West Indies might just have a little tricky 4 or 5 overs here.
Some of these strokes that Mahmood and Leach have played are out of the highest class. They come back for 3, and it's Saqib Mahmood's highest first-class score.
He took his average from 12.5 first-class cricket up to 14.5 His first ever 6 in first-class cricket, and he's now got a career best in a test match.
.186 for 9. Jaden Seals.
Minutes up.
Seals trying to line it up, working from outside in, trying to line it up, maybe down off stump or midland off stump. Squirts that away, might be 4. Is 4. More runs continue to flow. England creep towards 200. Who would have thought from 114 for 9?
Hardness of the ball, brand new ball, goes off the bat that little bit harder. It's 2 balls outside off stump, swinging from Jaden Seals. This time he's gone that little bit straighter. Thick outside edge. Dropped his hands a little bit, did Mahmood. West Indies have a lot of slip fielders waiting for that outside edge. Now just see again a wear movement off the surface. England bowlers will be happy and content that the surface might have dried out, but there's still enough in there. In around that good length, top of the stump, full stump, top of off stump length, challenging the outside edge of the batsman.
Yeah, the one thing I'd say is that I'd still feel, even though he's on 39, Mahmood, with this second new ball, I try to use my field set to intimidate, and I'd want at least for a few deliveries a guy under the helmet against Mahmood, just to set in his mind that some aggression could come.
Yeah, with a brand new ball, I'd be quite happily taking extra cover out, sort of cover point out, extra cover with just a little bit straighter there, and put him at short leg.
It's brilliantly bowled, well played. 190 for 9.
76-run partnership for the 10th wicket between Jack Leach and Saqib Mahmood, who has a career best in all first-class cricket. .114 for 9, and the 54th over when Chris Roach was bowled by Jaden Seals. Most straight after the tea break, you felt that England would be bowling, and that potentially we might have a 12, 13, 14 wicket day. One thing that Joe Root has wanted to see from this relatively new look England team is a bit more fight, a bit more spirit, a bit more willing to stand up and be counted when things were going against you, and that's what they've had in this partnership in spades. Jack Leach has played some of the best shots that you've seen. Saqib Mahmood has his first 6 in red ball cricket. Jack Leach continues to enjoy himself.
More frustration for the West Indies. What a partnership. 80 runs so far between Jack Leach and Saqib Mahmood. New ball was taken, Butch, but that didn't seem to stop them from playing their shots. They are frustrating the West Indians.
Oh, scuttling along the floor. Well, they're in, aren't they? They've got themselves in. I think what potentially we've seen with the West Indies, and I heard our colleagues talking about the body language of the West Indians and the fact that they've kind of seemingly run out of energy out there. Don't underestimate the cumulative effect of back-to-back test matches, 3 back-to-back test matches, and 25 overs ago, they thought they'd be off the field. Just run into, at first, a brick wall of defiance from Leach and Mahmood, and then, extraordinarily, they've gone a little bit on the counter-attack as well.
When you look on the scoreboard and you see 114 for 9. As a bowling group, you figured it's all over in a matter of minutes. That's not the case. 194 for 9.
Partnership of 80, comfortably the biggest of the innings. Jack Leach was already a cult hero after Headingley. Reinforced that with his heroics in Barbados, 95 and a bit overs there. Now he's just cementing his place, not only in the hearts of England fans, but also those in his dressing room upstairs as well. Terrific effort from him. Excellent support from Mahmood. Bit of swing, but nicely played. You know who I feel sorry for, Sir Kirtley? My old buddy Phil Tufnell. Back in the day, walking in at number 11 against yourself and Courtney Walsh. He wasn't getting half volleys. He wasn't getting Craig Brathwaite bowling lobby little spinners at him. You guys were trying to kill him. And quite often you'd be off the field very, very quickly.
good old Phil, he was something else. I mean, once he came to the crease, you knew he wasn't going to survive for too long. He never really wanted it in the first place.
And swinging Yorker. It's one of those things about the game of cricket where people who have no ability to do something are asked to do it anyway. Used to be pacing up and down in the dressing room waiting to come into bat, knowing that he'd have to go out there and face the music. I think he might have quite enjoyed this. Just to re-emphasise the point, Tough has averaged 1.85 against the West Indies. It's a different game batting against the new ball against those guys. Here's the last hour and a half for the West Indies post the wicket of Chris Wokes. The missed chances, half chances, drop catches. Leach and Mahmood blasting it over long on for 6. Jack Leach playing and missing in between, middling his defensive strokes.
You can almost see the frustration from the West Indies players. A little delicate sweep shot. We've seen, oh dear, that was Jaden Seals much earlier. But no damage done because he's in the attack. Trying to get this final wicket.
Plenty of movement there. Seals is really getting that ball to swing, but it keeps swinging into the middle of Leach's bat. 195 for 9. Well, West Indies winning the toss and bowling first would have taken England all out for 200. Well, that's a nasty one. Mahmood didn't know whether to duck or sway, and in the end did neither.
Took his eye off the ball, didn't watch it all the way, and that's when you hit mostly. He wasn't so sure about the bounce. See, turn his head away from very early, and that is not the way to play short pitch bowling.
I do think that all of the things that we saw early, movement through the air and off the pitch and variable bounce, are all still in this surface. Certainly was a period there around about the 50th over where the Duke ball got very, very soft, and it stopped moving quite as sharply as it had done prior to that. Despite the fact that the pitch will have dried out a bit, it's been baking hot here in Grenada. Cracks and that uneven bounce aren't going to change. Green grass might turn brown, but that variable bounce will not change over the course of however many days of this match.
I reckon a bit of fatigue is one of the reasons as well for the West Indian bowlers. I mean, it's never easy to play back-to-back test matches, especially with the conditions that they encountered. And with only 2 days or so before this third and final test match, not enough time to recover. So he started to take his toll on all the bowlers. So that little zip or extra venom that you need with this new ball, just not quite there.
Well, it doesn't matter what they try, even when the execution is good. Saqib and Leach managed to find a way to keep it out and make runs off it. .196 for 9. Minutes or so of play left here on day one of this third test match. 5 overs left in the day, but I don't think we'll get them in. Close will be at 5:30. And should the West Indies manage to take the final English wicket after 5:20, that'll be the close of play. So you're almost getting to that point now, Curtly, where the English bowlers will be very, very keen to get themselves out, maybe for a couple of overs. And the West Indies batters are hoping that they don't take that 10th wicket just yet. With another 6 minutes or so. Zari Joseph, quickest bowler on show, back into the attack. Shadows are creeping across the ground here. There are no floodlights here at the National Stadium. And we're sort of in the valley here below the mountains. The stands enclose the ground, and there is very little light coming into the ground once the sun begins to dip. Saqib Mahmood is just a little bothered about his vision, but he timed that one okay.
It has been a frustrating final session for the West Indies. They got a wicket, that's the wicket of Wokes, straight after tea. Nothing since. So it certainly has been a frustrating third and final session of day one. Still trying desperately to get that final wicket.
Beauty, absolute beauty. See the faces of John Campbell and Craig Brathwaite. Give it another 5 minutes, this wicket can go down. If it happens now, they'll have to come out and bat for 2 overs probably.
I'm quite sure that is something they wouldn't want. No one would. It's always a tricky situation to be in. As much as they want to take this last wicket, they prefer to take it, and then it's been the close of the day's play.
Oh, he's absolutely nailed that. What a magnificent shot, and it brings up the 200 for England.
Appreciated by the crowd that's here, mostly England supporters. Over-pitched delivery from Zari Joseph. Nice firm push through mid-off. And the runs continue to flow.
Again, under normal circumstances, having asked the team to bat first, you'd take bowling them out for 200, 210. They were 90 for 8, England, 114 for 9. And in between playing crunching drives and lofting them for 6 over mid-on, Leach and Mahmood has been cut in half and beaten outside the off stump.
A bit of chattering going on there by Jaden Seals. Don't know what he's saying or what he's all about. But he's not looking a happy man.
Swing and a miss. 200 for 9. Minutes of play. West Indies just slowing things down out there at the moment. I think they're probably wise to the fact that they prefer for their openers not to have to come out and face one over. They would very much like to turn up tomorrow and not be fielding again, that is for sure. Jason Holder back.
If England are bowled out now for 200, if you haven't seen the game, you probably thought great effort by the West Indians. It is a good effort, mark you, but considering they were 114 for 9, then you have to have second thoughts. But take nothing away from Leach and Mahmood. They played brilliantly. Partnership at the moment 86. West Indies created the chances as well.
Almost carried. Second slip. Holder can't believe it. Jack Leach has had a little word with Greg Brathwaite. Been one or two words exchanged out there. I can't tell exactly how friendly or otherwise they are. Clock's ticked over to 5:20, so Campbell and Brathwaite are safe. And the West Indies just need to take this wicket and then everybody will traipse off and we'll come back and start again at 10 o'clock tomorrow.
Jason Holder trying to finish off the England innings, which would be his first wicket as well. England dressing room should feel a lot better with the total on the board. Can the West Indies finish it off?
In the air. Strike me that because of the slow nature of the ball coming off the surface, that a sort of traditional gully might well be a position that's in play often on this surface. The edges that have gone in the direction of first, second, third slip have tended to land way short, but the ones that have gone in the air and stayed in the air have been more in a gully area. In a swing, beautifully played by Jack Leach. He lines it up so well. 200 for 9. The panmen and the percussionists have kept the energy going throughout the day. It's been a little harder to find for West Indies bowlers. They had their rhythm in the opening exchanges, first session in particular. The evening session has gone the way of England, for sure. Good work from De Silva late in the day.
Badly lined delivery from Alzarri Joseph and a brilliant take by Joshua De Silva. Did extremely well to get there.
It's close. Saki had no idea where that ball was. It got lodged between his legs.
Forced a smile, Mahmood. He almost kicked it onto his stumps. Alzarri Joseph not amused.
The best of pals, Jack Leach and Jaden Seals, or having a disagreement about something.
Akib Mahmood going after every delivery.
Still swinging. Still a bit of something happening. Brathwaite still got the shades on. The England batters are complaining about the light. And looking up towards the river end, it is pretty dark in that stand, despite the fact that everything is painted bright white. Could have been more aggression with the ball, not with the verbal. Skirtley, a bit more short stuff with this new ball, perhaps.
I reckon they should have bowled a few short ones prior to taking the second new ball, because both Leach and Mahmood were looking rather comfortable, and I reckon they should have just put a short leg in place and bowl a couple of short ones just to unsettle him a little bit, and that didn't really happen.
It's a second delivery. I think Joseph looking for the big in swinger and overcooked it rather. 200 for 9. Light meter has been brought out to the middle. It has become very gloomy out there in the middle. West Indies potentially like to try and take this wicket so they don't have to come back and be in the field again tomorrow morning. But the umpires will take a reading from both ends. It's some sort of a gauge. We'll probably encounter this issue throughout the test match. Again, I repeat, no floodlights here. And there is very little natural light permeating the ground here at this late stage. It's what, 27 minutes past 5 local time. And it looks as though Brathwaite is going to bowl a bit of his particular brand of off-spin to conclude the day. The West Indies have ended up getting through 88 overs. It was a bit of a spurt towards the second new ball as Brathwaite and Bonner scurried through some overs. We've almost had the fuller allocation. This will doubtless be the last over.
What is Mahmood gonna do? Just try to survive this final 5 deliveries, or you gonna have a go?
Oh yes, Craigie.
I think unless Jack Leach gets one on his hip that he can turn around the corner, we'll be seeing another 4 perfect forward defensive strokes.
Oh yes, Craigie. Sorry. Apologies, dear. Catch it, Brookie.
Well, it's been an entertaining day's play. We've had a very different type of day's cricket here in Grenada than we've seen in any of the 10 previous ones in this series. And if it feels as though it's petered out a little bit towards the back end of the day, then that's largely because of the excellence, the resilience, the technique of Jack Leach and the spirit of Shakib Mahmood. Leach safely in behind another one. 141 deliveries he's faced now. 200 for 9. He might just get another over in. Mahmood will be looking to face Jermaine Blackwood. Looks as though the umpires have said to Brathwaite that you can stay out here, but you'd have to bowl spin. So Jermaine Blackwood it will be, the West Indies vice skipper. He can give his bowlers the gift of not having to put their bowling boots on first thing tomorrow morning.
I asked the question the previous over, what would Jack Leach do? It's more appropriate now to Shakib Mahmood, because he's been playing some shots. Is he going to try to survive?
And quick through the air from Blackwood. There are 2 fielders out on the leg side, one traditional man on the sweep, but there is a deep mid-wicket, just in case Shakib decides to have a hoik. Down the track he goes, and he has thumped it through mid-on. There's your answer, Curtly Ambrose.
That was expected. Hit it well. The non-striker and the umpire for a brief moment was in some trouble.
Jack Leach almost wore one for his trouble. Quite remarkable. Shakib Mahmood, 49. Knocked him over. Would you believe it? Jermaine Blackwood does give his fast bowlers the gift of not having to go through warm-ups in the morning. For Shakib Mahmood, the agony of finishing one short of what would have been a maiden 50 in red ball cricket, any red ball cricket, let alone a test match. England have been bowled out for 204. Jack Leach and Shakib Mahmood are the men they have to thank for getting them that many. Looking for that single on the leg side, has chopped it into his stumps. And Blackwood picks up a test wicket. The only other time numbers 10 and 11 have top scored in a test match innings was in 1885. Tom Garrett and Edwin Evans for Australia versus England in Sydney, 1885. Jack Leach and Shakib Mahmood have made a little bit of history here in Grenada. West Indies look relieved but a little bedraggled as they head to the dressing room. Shakib can barely believe it. How did I not make it to 50? But because of him and Jack Leach, England have a foothold in this test match.
They certainly played well, Leach and Mahmood. It was the longest third session for the West Indies. No fault of their bowlers, they really tried hard. And to dismiss England just at the brink of close of play is a good sign for the bowlers, who won't have to come back tomorrow and put the boots on. So that's a good sign for them.
Yep, we won't know until both sides have had a bowl. The old cliche is a truism for sure. Alex Lees with 31 from 97 at the top of the order. Looked impressive in defence and with the odd attacking stroke. And then England's middle order was absolutely blown away. Mayers, Seals, Joseph seeing them off. Chris Wokes then with 25 from 52 helped Jack Leach to see England over the 100 mark. And it was that partnership of 90 between Leach and Mahmood that got England above the 200 mark, and will give them hope that their bowlers can do similar to the West Indies batting lineup tomorrow. Kemar Roach 2 for 41, 2 for 13 from Carl Mayers. Extraordinary intervention from him with his medium pace. 2 for 33 for Alzari Joseph, who was quick at times. 1 for 4 for Jermaine Blackwood, but once again it's Jaden Seals, a youngster 20 years of age, who has impressed most for the West Indies in this innings. Right, we'll take our breath and take a break. See you afterwards.
Back here in Grenada, England finally bowled out. We say finally, it's still a score that they'll feel they would have been hoping for more. 204. It looked like it could be so much worse at 114 for 9, but that last wicket partnership between Leach and Mahmood, 41 and 49 apiece for those two, gave the scoreboard a much better look at the end of the opening display of this third Apex Test match. Great credit as we welcome you back to the Grenada National Stadium has to go to Leach and to Mahmood. I think that should be a lot of the focus, Steve Harmison, shouldn't it?
Yeah, I think so. I think the West Indies threw everything at England this morning. And if anything, they ran out of juice. They just run out of juice as the day went on. And Jack Leach defended resolutely. He defended beautifully. And then as the partnership went on, they were managed to score. And it was tough. When the partnership came together, it was tough. Ball was still doing a lot. The West Indies had the wind in their sails. And when they walked out there at 114 for 9, the writing was on the wall, thinking, right, England could be all out for 125, 130, but a 90-run partnership has just, I think, put England back in the game.
What do you think? Just re-emphasize for viewers who may have missed much of the day's play. Re-emphasize for me what you would put, if you had to name one thing that you put that partnership. I mean, come on, it's outstanding for the 10th wicket. What do you put it down to?
Well, I think the batted well together, but I think they slowly but surely sort of ground the West Indies down. I think the deflation from where the West Indies were, I think that was the tipping point. How good, you look at where the West Indies were. They've got wicket after wicket after wicket. I mean, the two partnerships there. Before you get to Wokes that are in double figures, the elation that and the feeling that the West Indies have had, and then all of a sudden, it's more the balls faced from the run side of it. 67 balls for the sort of 9th wicket, 218 balls, slowly but surely just round West Indies into the ground, and that for me is what it was, the discipline that the two guys showed, and then the last sort of half an hour they were able to score freely, and the wheels had properly come off for the West Indies.
If we were able to try to take a sample size of that last, say, half an hour with the second new ball, does it give us any insight into how the ball might behave when England come to bowl tomorrow?
I thought the ball still nipped about. I thought the ball nipped back. When Roach had it in his hand, I thought it swung a little bit for Jaden Seals. So I don't think it's as venomous as what it was this morning, but we'll see what happens when the sunlight comes out tomorrow morning. But I still think there's more than enough in this for the England dressing room to feel as though they're well in this game. All
right, let's leave it there for the moment because you've heard Steve Harmison's thoughts. Let's find out from a man who was actually out there in the middle battling it out. Saqib Mahmood is with Samuel Badri.
Saqib, I truly believe that I'll be speaking to you this evening as a not-out batsman. Just wasn't to be highest score in first-class cricket, 49, your first 6, the first time you faced over 100 balls in first-class cricket. You quite enjoyed that knock out there, didn't you?
Yeah, I mean, once I got in, it was good fun. Once we saw off Zari and Jaden at the start, it was quite hard work to start with, but we just knew if we stuck in there, then they'd have to turn to part-time bowlers and stuff before the new ball, and that's when we could cash in a little bit. Luckily, we got to that stage and sort of built a partnership from there, and yeah, we were pretty set when that new ball came along.
And tell us a little bit about that partnership. 114 for 9 when you went out there. You got past 290 runs you guys put together for that 10th wicket. Tell us a little bit about that.
We were obviously just taking it in short bursts. We were trying to see off their main bowlers, and that was the conversations at the start, is get through this period and then we can cash in a little bit later. And that's what we did, and when we got to the second new ball, it was just a case of carry on playing the way we are, play the ball on its merit, and if it's there to hit, then go all out.
The West Indian seamers did well with the ball, with the new ball in particular, got some lateral movement, some bounce. You spent a lot of time out in the middle. What have you gleaned from the surface that will prove instructive for you guys as you get set to bowl in your innings tomorrow?
Look, there's definitely a lot of lateral movement, especially with the new ball and once it gets harder. And as the ball gets softer, I think the wicket flattens out a little bit. But there's always a ball in there, and I thought they were pretty disciplined. But our partnership was crucial because it just wore them into ground a little bit, and then we started to get a few bad balls when they were chasing it.
And if you were to assess the day's play, 204 all out in the first day, where do you see things stand at the moment?
Look, it was obviously a tricky wicket. Both sides wanted to bowl first. We have a session-by-session mantra, and you know, I think the last session was a win there, and that's something we've got to take away from the day. It's probably not the best start we wanted, but, you know, credit to West Indies. I thought they bowled exceptionally well. But now we've got a chance to bowl tomorrow morning with that new ball, so hopefully we can do similar.
Thanks very much for your time. Well played today.
Thank you.
Leach and Mahmood having an impact in Test match cricket, only into his second Test match, but he's been good with the ball in Barbados, and now he's been good with the bat here so far, with still so much time left in this Test match.
Yeah, he has, and quite refreshing what he said there about having to work hard to get in, and then when the part-time bowlers really ground the West Indies down and the part-time bowlers came in, and then they could cash in once they came in, and then tired bowlers with a new ball, and they felt as though they were in enough to score. So it just shows you there is a good cricket brain in there. Young man, not played a great deal of first-class cricket, but he's thinking about it all the time, and I think he's going to need his thinking cap on to bowl on that surface tomorrow.
Well, speaking of good cricket brains, we're delighted to be joined by Kyle Mayers, someone who thinks about the game a lot. Kyle, thanks for coming and spending some time with us. Coming into the team, back into the team for this Test match, how were you feeling?
I feel great, you know, again, an opportunity to play in this historic series. You know, everyone in Caribbean speaks about playing against England, so I'm very happy to be back in for the final game. I hope to make a great impact for the last.
Conditions out there this morning in that first session and a half, what was it like?
I think it was seamer friendly, to be honest. The ball was doing a bit, getting some seam and swing, so it was good for bowling.
Yeah, just talk me through your process. I know we've discussed this before, right? Your process with your seam positions and the change-ups. What's that like?
To be honest, I'm a natural in-swing bowler, but as the opposition get tougher, you know, it'll be difficult to get batsmen out with an in-swing at this level, especially on my pace. So I tend to bowl a lot of leg cutters, try to get the ball going away, try to get the batsman coming across, and then use the surprise in-swinger. I can mix it up at times too, could go in, then out, but today I just try to stay as disciplined as possible and be patient. I actually got the batsman out before I wanted to.
Kyle, how did you feel as though the second new ball was? Do you think there wasn't as much sharp movement as when the first new ball was used because that tired bowlers, or do you think the pitch has calmed down just a touch?
We were actually discussing it from slip. I was speaking to Jason and asking him earlier. He said he thought that it was the ball, but then we come to realize that maybe it's the surface too as well. Bowlers are tired, yes, but the zip was not there. I mean, this wicket normally is play a lot of flatter wicket, like in first-class cricket, number of runs scored on this ground. So we were expecting only an hour a seam movement, but luckily we got more.
The mindset, given the frustration, I suspect it would be frustrated. It would be frustrating to me, understandably, of that last wicket partnership going into that new day with the wicket falling just before play. What's it going to be like?
I think it's great. Happy that it happened, it played out like that, to be honest. Obviously, didn't want the batsmen to get too many runs, but to bat this evening would have been a little tricky. So still happy that it played out the way it did. Obviously, you wanted to get the last wicket, but as I said, the wicket got better and the ball got softer. So it was easier for the batsmen to play a very easy pace wicket, and they played well, honestly. They shocked us at times where they attack. You know, when we were attacking too as well. Kudos to them. But happy to get the wicket, but still happy to come tomorrow fresh.
Thank you very much for your time. We'll allow you to go and put your legs up.
Thank you very much.
All the best tomorrow. Thanks, Kyle. Kyle Mayers picked up a couple of wickets in the morning session without a run being scored for 5 overs until later in the afternoon. So as we cast our minds forward to day 2 of this third and final Apex Test match, what do you see as the key here, given what we've seen?
Mindset. The whole thing is mindset. There's a huge mindset shift from tea time in this game. Tea time shifted from one dressing room to another, and that has got to be balanced out by first thing tomorrow morning, because if the West Indies come out with a mindset that they had done that last session, where they were going through the motions, their body language was down, and England obviously got theirs going again. If that changes and it stays like that first session tomorrow, then England are in this game and potentially could wrestle the game back tomorrow by lunchtime.
How important would it be for the West Indies to have a good first innings total, given that they don't have a specialist spinner in their lineup? We saw the pitch look as though it flattened out in that last session. What's the significance of their first innings batting?
Well, it's Craig Brathwaite. It's as simple as that. The way he's batted throughout this whole series. If England can knock him over, if the West Indies can bat around him, John Campbell gets off to a good start, puts a hole in that total, then all of a sudden you can see the momentum teetering from either side. England will be buoyed that there's movement, sideways movement from the ball, for probably 45 overs in that game, in that innings. So that will keep England going, and it'll be the ones that come out with a clear mind and a clear plan, with this sort of fatigued part of the series. And it'll be intriguing to see how it goes up until lunchtime.
Yeah, I think it'll be fascinating indeed. There's so much that we know and so much that we don't know. Thank you very much, Steve Hammerson, for your insights. And of course, we have the second day of this third and final Apex Test match coming up. The action, 9:45 a.m. local time. We'll be on air with our build-up, hopefully with a view to starting 15 minutes later. It should be fascinating once again. We hope you've enjoyed today and look forward to your company in this lovely island, the Spice Isle of Grenada. Please join us tomorrow. Bye for now.